showed images of Michelangelo's statue of David to a sixth grade class. Some parents complained after the March 17th incident. They said they were upset the school did not notify parents ahead of time about this lesson. The famous statue shows a nude male body. The school principal was fired over this incident, and now the Michigan-based college that supplies the school's curriculum revoked the school's license. A spokesperson for Hillsdale College says it made the move because of the fallout surrounding Michelangelo lesson. Hillsdale says the incident has become a distraction to the college and its
Indeed. Make your face bigger.
9 soldiers were killed when 2
That helps. Make a small faggot, make a big faggot.
One of them had ties to South Carolina.
Make faggots with mamas, make faggots with daddies, make faggots with rats, make faggots with worms, make faggots with bugs, make faggots with trees, make a bunch of faggots.
More than any child I've ever seen. It was his passion, and he screwed it up what he did.
I know you got a whole section of your military that you call maggot. No. Do a little trigonometry with your maggot added to the rest of what you call protection for a republic, and you are the faggot. Your public faggot. Hi, faggot.
Gore's thoughts went immediately to Caleb's wife, his childhood sweetheart, now left to carry on their family alone.
His wife, Haley, is 3 months and 1 week pregnant. They just found out yesterday it was a boy.
Gore says he's thankful that a piece of his son will live on with his grandson. Now the family's making funeral plans, working to give Caleb the send-off young.
My son was really a hero, not just in the sense that he was in the army, but just who he was as a person.
2 fugitives from Washington State have been arrested in Mexico. According to the U.S. Marshal Service, 34-year-old Edgar Salvador Cation Garcia and his girlfriend, 35-year-old Araceli Medina, were taken into custody last week.
So the point of William is this happened to my mommy. Yeah. So the Harry Potter happened to your mommy. Study, right? Take notes on this. This is how you can be a faggot.
Tyler Smith and charged him with aggravated assault and extreme threats to life.
Fair balance is me as a fly on the wall, watching you be the bitch.
He got in an argument with another.
That's fair balance. I mean, I knew a faggot was out there somewhere. I mean, you saw me slavery to a bunch of bitches I knew I could slaughter right then. So, yeah. Oh, shit. So I knew there was a faggot, big, huge faggot out there somewhere. A little, ooh, you bitches are fucking pitiful. Yeah, you need that. You need a preemptive strike, bitch. You need that. Hell. Yeah, it's a big circle, faggot. how difficult for you was it for you to draw a circle? The faggot.
Nice job. Here's the nose is gonna come down. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Talk to the kid.
This faggot is it's predicted that they're going to see my penis now. It's fucking sad.
We are making plans to go up and fly together. Nice teamwork, guys.
Eat shit, faggot.
Romantic baseball fan who ran onto the field during opening day at Dodger Stadium to pop the question to his girlfriend. Ballpark security was unmoved by the romance. Let's go! Let's go! Oh, that is Ricardo Juarez getting absolutely blown up by a security guard who's probably getting a look now from some NFL teams ahead of the draft. Good form there, too. Head up across the body, explode through the ball carrier. Well done. Fans captured the failed proposal on camera from every angle in the stadium, and the moment quickly went viral. And if that tackle was not embarrassing enough, Ricardo was marched off of the field in handcuffs in front of thousands of cheering fans. Here's the good news, though. His girlfriend, Ramona, did say yes, and now they have a story for life. The wedding is planned for whenever his neck and spine come back into alignment. Our next tie goes to U.S. men's national soccer team goalkeeper Matt Turner, who celebrated a shutout victory over El Salvador on Monday night by learning the gender of his baby with a kick.
Hot faggot.
Power kick in! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! Congratulations, Turner family! It's a go!
Hi, faggot.
Turner's teammates piling on there. The goalkeeper will welcome baby number 2 with his wife Ashley later this year. The couple have a boy named Easton who was born last June. Man, these gender reveals really just continue to escalate, don't they? Congratulations to the family. Our final low this week goes to the ongoing 3-year struggle to figure out Zoom filters spilling into public view once again. You'll remember this incident, which of course is the gold standard. Texas attorney Rod Ponton accidentally showing up to virtual court during the pandemic with a kitten filter dialed up. Rod famously assuring the court, quote, "I'm not a cat." Well, here we are in 2023, and it's still happening, folks. Australian news anchor Alice Monfries tried valiantly to keep it together while her guests sorted through some virtual backgrounds for an interview.
Do you have just like a plain one with
That a girl. That is amazing. Afterward, Chris praised Taylor's baseball fan who ran onto the field during opening day at Dodger Stadium to pop. Absolutely blown up by a security guard who's probably getting a look now from some stadium, and the moment quickly went viral. And if that tackle was not embarrassing, now they have a story for life. The wedding was planned for whenever his neck and spine. By learning the gender of his baby with a kick. 4, 3, 2, 1. Absolutely blown up by a security guard who's probably getting a look now from some stadium, and the moment quickly went viral. And if that tackle was not embarrassing, come back into alignment. Our next tie goes to U.S. men's national soccer.
Move that ball and kick in. 5.
Absolutely blown up by a security guard who's probably getting a look now from some. Ricardo was marched off of the field in handcuffs in front of thousands of cheering fans. Come back into alignment. Our next tie goes to the hopelessly absolutely blown up by a security guard who's probably getting a look now from some stadium, and the moment quickly went viral. And if that tackle
That kid. Nice job. Here she comes. The nose is going to come down. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Talk to me, kid. That a girl. Proud of you.
As soon as he said that, he goes, "I'm proud of you." I just, the waterworks came.
You could hear my voice change at the end. I was crying too, and it was very emotional.
That is amazing. Afterward, Chris praised Taylor's calm under pressure, and we are told the two are making plans to go up and fly together. Nice teamwork, guys. Our first low goes to the hopelessly romantic baseball fan who ran onto the field during opening day at Dodger Stadium to pop the question to his girlfriend. Ballpark security was unmoved by the romance.
Let's go! Let's go!
Turner's teammates piling on there. The goalie who will welcome baby number 2 with his wife Ashley later this year. The couple have a boy named Easton who was born last.
Fresh Pet. Do you struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep? Cunol Sleep Support has a unique blend of 5 key ingredients that can help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, so you can wake up refreshed. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Rejoice, for your reward will be great in heaven.
The Chosen, Season 2, streaming now on Fox Nation. And for a limited time, get Fox Nation for...
Expand your team with a Fiverr freelancer.
Inside the indictment, as Trump supporters rally around the former president, we'll look ahead to his arraignment Tuesday and explain how a case that was once dormant
how a bunch of bitches are accused of being so stupid that they cannot read their own fucking destiny, that they have to pile up in big ass groups to try to figure out what's written in plain language on just a few fucking statements. It's already written and signed in my damn name, and that you're fucking proving it right now. You're proving it. I just observed, wrote what I observed, and declared I'm not doing that shit with my life. Now, you are proving it. Now, illuminate, faggot.
Suddenly came to life. Security check with the MAGA crowd vowing to protest and dangerous rhetoric. We'll discuss the growing safety concerns around Donald Trump's arraignment. And SNL returns just in time.
Frankly, it's time that I come clean, admit that I broke the law, and go quietly to prison. April Fools!
I'm Jonathan Capehart. This is The Sunday Show. Martin Luther King Jr. famously said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." Donald Trump dodged the draft. He allegedly doesn't pay his contractors. He called for the death penalty for the Central Park Five, children wrongly accused and convicted of a vicious crime for which they were eventually exonerated. He's been impeached twice. He instigated an insurrection because he's a sore loser. And in roughly 48 hours, after roughly 50 years of skirting the law, Donald Trump will finally face a modicum of accountability. The exact charges against the ex-president are still unknown because the indictment remains sealed. But sources familiar with the matter tell NBC News that Trump faces around 30 charges of document fraud connected to hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels. Two sources tell the Associated Press that that includes at least one felony offense. Congratulations, Donald Trump. Thanks to the Manhattan grand jury, you finally won a popular vote. See you in court. Joining me now, Nick Ackerman, former Watergate prosecutor and a former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York, and my colleague, MSNBC host Katie Fang, who is also an attorney and sticking around after having done her show.
Always happy.
Thank you both very much for coming to the Sunday Show. Katie, let me start with you. When the indictment is unsealed, what are you going to be looking for that will tell you about just how much trouble, deep trouble, potentially Trump is in?
In the immediate sense, two things. One, some indictments or informations, which are the charging documents that a prosecutor will bring against a defendant, sometimes they tell a story. And I'm going to look and see what story is being told in that charging document. What type of facts are being put forth by the prosecutor to explain the narrative behind why they brought these charges? Second thing, what's the kicker? What's that offense that elevated it from a misdemeanor to a felony? That's what I'm going to be interested in seeing. Is it campaign finance violations? Tax fraud? What is it exactly? The reason why? It'll let us know exactly how much of a defense Trump can bring in terms of a substantive attack he can bring against those charges.
And Nick, I put the same question to you, but I'll add to that. Are there specific charges you hope will be in the indictment, or you think will be in the indictment, or should be in the indictment?
Well, there's a number of things I'm going to be looking for. First of all, the question is it only limited to the David Pecker, Donald Trump scheme to basically catch and kill women who are about to release information on Donald Trump?
To be clear, catch and kill stories.
Stories, correct.
Yes,
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Which involves Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. The question is, does it go beyond that? One, we know that the Trump organization itself has already been convicted of a felony for falsifying documents. We know that Donald Trump asserted his Fifth Amendment privilege, meaning that truthful answers would tend to incriminate him on 450 different items that the Attorney General's office thought were criminal matters. So the question is, because the AG's office and the DA's office were working so closely on this investigation, are there going to be any matters that come out of those 450 different criminal items that will be included in this indictment? Will there be a RICO complaint in this, a claim in this indictment? We don't know. There could be, if they have enough evidence to show Donald Trump's knowledge and intent to put that before a jury. Secondly, are they going to include obstruction of the administration of justice and witness tampering? Now, from the standpoint of the district attorney, certainly they can take a passage out of the Mueller report, volume 2, pages 146 to 147.
I love how he knows exactly.
Where Donald Trump, where they basically lay out a scheme of witness tampering against Michael Cohen. They go through the evidence where Michael Cohen is approached by Robert Costello, a good friend of Rudy Giuliani, and there's a whole situation where they go back and forth, exchanging information to Donald Trump, where Donald Trump ultimately tweets out that Michael Cohen is not going to flip, he's a great guy. And the same day, and let me quote this from the Mueller report, there's an email that day to Cohen where Costello wrote that he had spoken with Giuliani. And Costello told Cohen the conversation was, quote, very positive. You are loved. They are in our corner. Sleep well tonight. You have friends in high places. I mean, this is right out of The Godfather.
I was going to say, that's some gangster.
I think they're very smart to put that into this indictment because it would turn the tables on the idea that Michael Cohen can't be believed and isn't telling the truth, because it would show that the only reason he was giving contradictory statements was because he was doing it at the behest of Donald Trump.
That is an excellent point. So I'm the only person at this table who is not an attorney. This question is, you mentioned David Pecker, who is the head of the National Enquirer, the company that owns the National Enquirer. Katie, he testified before the grand jury. Am I wrong in my sort of lay attorney knowledge that Pecker had to have met with prosecutors at least one time before they brought him before a grand jury?
He went before the grand jury twice, by the way. Okay. He went early on when the grand jury was seated, and then he came back just last week after the Robert Costello testimony. But people also need to remember, because I also have that same DOJ thing with the Mueller report, that there was also immunity subsequently given to Pecker when they were looking at Weisselberg too. And so Pecker, it's not the first time he's had contact with either the federal system or the state court system when it comes to the prosecutors. But the credibility issue is key, what Nick talks about, because credibility is always going to be an issue no matter what the witness is, a law enforcement officer or maybe a civilian witness, or in this instance, we're going to say a flip defendant like Michael Cohen. And so if David Pecker appeared in front of this grand jury, the prosecuting office, Alvin Bragg had to say through his lead investigative team and his lead prosecution team, what type of credibility issues does David Pecker have? And that's why it's so important that people realize this indictment is a grand jury indictment. This isn't a street arrest. This wasn't a cop watching it happen, probable cause, I'm going to cuff the guy and go. This grand jury process is in place so that we can reach an indictment and get to a point where probable cause is found, and that's how somebody gets arrested pursuant to an indictment.
That fuel, that kind of dip, will really, like a seesaw, push up the warm, unstable air mass and then bring in some strong winds aloft to allow storms that do pop up to breathe, exhale aloft, which means we could see kind of self-contained supercells rolling across the Midwest and the plains, even the Southeast once again. So here's an area of concern on Tuesday. Expect our torcons to keep going up the closer we get. All the ingredients are there, and we're expecting the storms to start perhaps
sometime early afternoon, and then continue once the sun sets, now well after 7:30 for some of us here in the Central Time Zone, and then continue. So we'll see some of this energy still spark more storms even on Wednesday. And overall, we're also going to deal with a lot of heavy rain, so now flash flooding, another element of severe weather we have to worry about. And everything pushes eastward as we head on towards early Thursday. So the area of concern for Wednesday will include Cleveland, Detroit, even Buffalo, down towards Cincinnati. So another big, perhaps severe weather outbreak is just days away. Huh?
For the threats whenever they arrive with the TWC streaming app. Here the updated alerts and tracks and coverage that you can trust is available. However you choose. You can go to streamtwc.com to get it for Roku, Amazon Fire, and Google TV. Well, it's been a roller coaster ride of weather for Wisconsin this past week. Snow is piling up in the north and even tornadoes slamming into the southern part of the state. Now we're looking at a round of winter weather on the way, which you could see a decent amount of snow accumulate by midweek. This is a look at Eau Claire, Wisconsin right now. It is 32 degrees. Lynette, the snow on the ground, there's going to be a lot more of that by the end of the week.
Exactly, Molly. So we do have our new system we're talking about here, and we're looking at Vanessa, Winter Storm Vanessa, and already we're... That is a cleaning stick for stains. So a stain remover stick that's going to work really well on all the basic stains. So things like food, grass, baby stains, pet stains, even blood stains, kind of a lot of the stuff that those common stains. That's going to help really great with that. You treat it then before you wash. And I also happen to love, these are their essential oil anti-static sprays. So if there's clothing with static, that's going to help remove it. And it just infuses a little bit of essential oil scent, which we love. Deals on these are fabulous. Everything's cut in half, so the prices range from $5 to $15. And not only, sometimes, you know, all natural gets a rub as like, does it actually work?
Right.
And it really, really does. And that's most important. Performance is more important than anything else. And in this case, you're getting all natural and strong performers. So love it.
And the dancing penguin.
Yes, and the dancing penguins, if you choose.
If you choose.
Okay. Zebra. This is Zebra, and we've got a message from Bree at Zebra.
Hi, I'm Bree Hansen, head of sales at Zebra here in Charlotte. Whether you're a DIYer, a pro painter, or someone who gets weekly packages delivered to your house, we have all the tools you need, all designed to make the job easier. And we're so excited to offer this exclusive deal to you today.
Okay, you're hired. You're hired. So what's great is whether you're doing trim, cabinets, or you've got more DIY stuff on your bucket list. And so that could be anything from painting canvases to painting murals. These brush sets are designed for specific tasks to make at-home painting easier and smoother. And the first thing that you and I were doing is like feeling the filament, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And so Gary, who runs our studio, was telling me that these brushes are really, really good because they have more filament than a lot of standard brushes. And so what that means is that your painting, your ultimate result is going to be a lot smoother and better. So really, really smart. The other product they make is that one right there. It's called the Open It. I don't know if it's attached.
Oh, it is attached,
Yeah,
yeah.
did they attach
They
it
didn't
so
want to
that
give
we
me the
wouldn't
Sharpie.
start playing? Yeah. So what's great about that is it's a 4-in-1 utility tool that can cut, slice, snip, snap, unscrew. It kind of does everything. So typically when you get, you know, those hard to open plastic products and you're like struggling and the scissors won't cut through it, nothing will open that product. The Open It will. And so that's one, even if you don't paint, you still want one of those in your house. So there's something for everyone from Zebra. Everything is slashed in half. These start at $9.
Wow.
It's good, right?
Love it.
Okay.
Love it.
Okay. So this
A favorite of mine right here.
Favorite. You could do the honors. I've got a little blank one for you right there. So this is Guard Your ID. You got it right there. We're in tax season now, and so everyone's got sensitive documents. Most people have sensitive stuff all year round. So whether it's mail, bank statements, bills, again, anything that has your name, address, or personal information on that you don't want prying eyes or thieves to be able to get to.
Right.
You want to have one of these Guard Your ID rollers. I happen to think they're kind of therapeutic. Anyway,
It does feel nice.
They do feel really nice to just do, so it's not a chore. It's an easy way to instantly conceal your private information. These are really smart. Everyone should have them in their home. And they're also, when you conceal something like that, instead of shredding it, it then remains recyclable. Whereas shredded stuff, it can't be recycled. So it's
Which
got
I learned during Deals and Steals one time. Yeah, because I used to bring all of my stuff to the office and shred it.
Yeah.
Now I don't have to.
Now you don't have to. Now you can conceal it at home and put it in the trash, put it in the recycle bin. The packs that they've set up for us are $20 and free shipping. So no excuse to not get in on this one.
I'm obsessed with these.
You are?
They're
So
gorgeous.
They are gorgeous. So this is entryways. And you know, a doormat is the first impression to your home or to your apartment, to your...
Amendment the way Mr. Trump did, and the credibility between him and the jury in that courtroom is going to be based on corroborating evidence.
Larry Davis, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And it has never happened in U.S. history. Will the Trump indictment change the presidency moving forward? Senator Joe Manchin is here next. And police in New York and Washington are on alert ahead of Trump's arrest on Tuesday. What are they expecting? That's coming up.
This tax season, be more efficient with the all-new Epson Rapid Receipt Smart Organizer. It's the easy way to scan, digitize, and organize your tax documents, receipts, and other paperwork.
Receipts go in, and stress goes away.
When tax time rolls around, my clients need me to be ready. I love the Rapid Receipt Scanner and Smart Organizer. It allows me to digitize and organize all my clients' tax documents, invoices, and financial records. And it automatically extracts data from receipts and invoices, which saves me time. I can export financial information to accounting and tax software like TurboTax and QuickBooks, which makes financial reporting and tax time a breeze.
The Rapid Receipt is the only scanner on the market specifically designed to pull, save, and organize data trapped on receipts and invoices. Stay tuned for an exclusive tax season offer.
People everywhere love the Epson Rapid Receipt.
This will save many hours for my CPA when preparing my taxes. Super smart, super fast, super easy to use. No more receipts laying around.
No more losing receipts means no more losing money.
I'm more productive. And my clients have peace of mind because their files are safe and secure.
There's even a mobile Rapid Receipt that you can use when you're on the go. With this exclusive tax season offer, you'll get a mobile or desktop Epson Rapid Receipt Smart Organizer, plus a premium software bundle, free overnight shipping, and a money-back guarantee. That's over $300 in added value. Buy today and you'll also save up to $120 off the Rapid Receipt's price. Go to buyRapidReceipt.com or call now to get this special tax season offer. Over $300 in added value. Plus, buy today and also save up to $120 off the price.
I came, I scanned, I conquered.
Epson Rapid Receipt. Visit buyRapidReceipt.com or call now.
Piece of cake, baby.
I'm Dr. Evan Zhao, founder of Arbella. We tackle hair loss using our proprietary AI technology and discovered a brand new molecule that is now revolutionizing hair loss treatments. This breakthrough molecule, the Selenome, is outperforming every other product on the market. In our clinical study, an unprecedented 97% of patients saw regrowth of stronger, thicker, and fuller hair. These results are a major breakthrough that had never been seen before. Experience fuller, stronger, healthier hair. Guaranteed at RabellaHair.com.
Join me, Larry Madowo, as I introduce you to Africa's trendsetters. See how they use their talents, resources, and passion to make a difference on the This is Africa's Changemakers.
2 pro water sport athletes navigate tough rivers and waves to come out on top.
I'm going to keep going and I'm trying to win more and more.
African Voices Changemakers on CNN.
You can help the survivors of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Join people from around the world to raise money for food, shelter, and so much more. Scan this code to donate or visit cnn.com/impact.
A new world of possibility.
As our food system is challenged, there's demand for innovation around how we'll eat.
We can choose exactly the composition of our steak.
Underwater farms, ancient organisms, and 3D printed meat.
I'm Rahel Solomon. Join me for the next frontier.
And meet the scientists, agronomists, and experts finding groundbreaking ways to produce the food of the future.
The Next Frontier, Saturday on CNN.
Breaking news just into CNN, former Republican governor of Arkansas, Asa Hutchinson, has announced that he is going to run for president. The former two-term governor and undersecretary for Homeland Security called for Donald Trump to drop out of the race over the charges in New York. I want to go now to our next guest, West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin. Thank you so much for coming in. Let's talk quickly about those charges. Your Democratic...
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Your Democratic colleague, Senator Mark Kelly, said on this show a few weeks ago that there were risks to indicting a former president. Are you worried about risks here?
Well, it's just very sad. It's a very sad time for America to go through what we're going through now. And, people being divided and they think that justice might be biased. We have to make sure that we'll wait and see what comes out next week. And I hope they do their job. I've said this, no one's above the law, but no one should be targeted by the law, especially through the political process. So we'll just wait and see next week. I hope they are very thorough in the job they do, and basically people should have faith.
Is that what you think is going on
in
here?
this judicial system of ours.
Is that what you think is going on here?
What's that?
That he's a political target?
No, I'm saying you have to remove all doubt. You have to remove all doubt. You have to make sure, cross every T, dot every I, as they say. But you know that no person, the president, myself, or anybody else in Congress, no matter what your status is in the United States of America, you're not above the law. And on the other hand, no person should be targeted by.
The defense of the day is when you choke a bitch and move your hands after the bitch says stop choking me, then you can't be guilty of choking the bitch. It's a good thing you say all that to the faggot that you're talking to. Because I can't imagine damn bitch that saw you with your hands around their motherfucking throat buying that bullshit you selling today.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show. There's so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the right now and a nationwide teacher shortage.
The right now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
Friday night. A man of God, a married woman, a dead husband, and a police wiretap.
It was like a car accident you couldn't look away from.
Inside a murder mystery as it unravels.
They were drinking, partying more.
They open up their marriage,
Meaning
other couples have come into the bedroom.
there is a shooting at the rail yard. The sunny 2020.
Someone killed my friend. They needed to pay for it.
Friday at 9 so far, ABC.
For over 20 years, we've given some real-life superhero moms the mother of all surprises. It's GMA's Breakfast in Bed.
This is amazing. I had no idea.
And now, this year, we want to give our biggest, most epic live Mother's Day surprise yet to the most deserving mom.
Oh, my goodness.
So go now to goodmorningamerica.com or scan this QR code to find out how to enter to share your mom's story and honor her the GMA way.
I love presents. Get ready for prime time. Oh my goodness. I look like a baby dolphin. This primer stuff sure is sticky. Sticky. Hello? Yeah, can you hold on 1 second?
Everything okay over there?
That's a real good grip. Oh, it's got me gift box. Yeah.
came from State Farm. You know, it's really scary.
Popcorn, no butter.
No, getting insurance. I mean, what if the jargon makes me feel alone and in the park?
Hey, at State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Sorry. Is that seat taken?
Get on up here, buddy. Let's go. Let's go.
This one? Yeah, I got my AOS on.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
We understand an upside down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is going to fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have a permanent destiny.
Hulu.
Welcome back to GMA Life. We're here in the GMA Green Room, and Hillary Duff was sitting on this very couch. This couch before she made her way to the set of Good Morning America.
You need to bring out the innovative in you.
Blood when you brush could lead to worse over time. Help stop the clog on gum disease now. Parodontax toothpaste is 3 times more effective at removing plaque bacteria, one of the main causes of bleeding gums. Parodontax, the gum experts.
We have some breaking news right now. The Republican presidential primary is about to get a little bigger. Here's former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson this morning on ABC.
Earlier this year, you said you were thinking about running for president. Have you made a decision? Are you running?
I have made a decision, and my decision is I'm going to run for president of the United States. While the formal announcement will be later in April in Bentonville, I wanted to make clear that to you, Jonathan, I am going to be running. And the reason, as I've traveled the country for 6 months, I hear people talk about the leadership of our country, and I'm convinced that people want leaders that appeal to the best of America and not simply appeal to our worst instincts. And that inspires me when I see everyday Americans just saying, give us good leadership, give us common sense, consistent conservatism, and optimism about our great country. And that inspires me, and I believe I can be that kind of leader for the people of America.
We'll have more on this announcement in our Sunday Sound Off block. Today is Palm Sunday, which marks the beginning of Holy Week, the most important event on the Christian calendar. It culminates with Easter, when Christians believe Jesus was resurrected after being crucified. But as white Christian nationalism takes hold of the Republican Party, some conservatives have found a new savior, Donald Trump. Members of the MAGA far right are comparing Trump's indictment to Jesus' suffering.
His torture brings to mind what Jesus Christ went through to save us. President Trump is our savior in this country. There's no one else who can make us whole and great again.
For his part, Trump is no doubt loving the comparison. During his rally in Waco last week, he repeated to his ardent supporters that, quote, "I am your retribution," and warned of a, quote, "final battle." Joining me now, Reverend Dr. Jackie Lewis, Senior Minister of the Middle Collegiate Church and author of Fierce Love, A Bold Path to Ferocious Courage and Rule-Breaking Kindness That Can Heal the World. Reverend Lewis, thank you very much for coming to the Sunday show. You tweeted, quote, "White Christian fascism relentlessly portrays accountability as persecution." I love this quote. Explain how this is happening with Donald Trump.
Thank you so much for having me, first of all, Jonathan. Well, we can't be...
These protein shakes or frozen treats, just about anywhere. Recharge quickly via USB-C. It even cleans.
See, I know how to use my white people. You use my white people for what you want them to do. I use my white people for what I want them to do. And what you want to do with my white people ain't the same as what I want to do with my white people. See, you turn my white people into people that I want to take up to Oxford and put up on trees and hang. Them is not what I want to do with my white people. I never intended that. But somehow the white people you have created out of my white people, that's what they good for. I don't know how you retrain that, but I know that's what's in the world is your white people.
Itself. Order yours now from blendjet.com and bring a little Disney into your life.
Power outages are unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
With the Generac, it powers our well, our refrigerator, and my CPAP machine, which are all things that we need to survive on a day-to-day basis.
When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane, and Generac's mobile link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
We chose Generac because we see them everywhere. After the hurricane, I looked at my watch and said, thank God we have a Generac. We were safe.
Prices start at just $19.99.
Just because you digitize the trace don't mean it's not a trace. So scrub away.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing is available with low monthly payment options. Act now, and you will also receive a free 10-year warranty valued at $1,035. Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's 8,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
My name is Dr. Joseph Carita. Before I would ever give a product to a patient, I tried on myself. So I started taking Super Beats and
I believe that the movie that shook fear in your Brandon called 10,000 BC had a main character called Tick Tick.
I said, wow, Super Beats is doing a whole bunch of things at once. It helped. Dilate blood vessels. It helps increase my circulation. It's having a beneficial effect on my heart and my energy. It makes me healthy.
Inspired by the Nobel Prize-winning discovery of nitric oxide for its important role in regulating cardiovascular health, Super Beats Superfoods make doing more to support your nitric oxide production simple. Superfoods like our Super Beats crystals or our heart chews with clinically studied grapeseed extract to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than a healthy lifestyle alone.
My mom always used to say, eat your beets, it's good for you. Boy, was she right.
See why we've earned over 50,000 5-star ratings and reviews. Visit superbeats.com and find out how you can get a 30-day supply absolutely free. Plus, free shipping with your first order. Use discount code Fox News and get an extra 20% off. So act now.
Defending Donald Trump outside of the Republican Party and the base, they go, what does this mean for me? Will my neighbors who are Democrats be silent if I am then the next in line to be persecuted? And I say that because we just had on people who lived under communism on our show who have said
The faggot like strokes on the back. The best Christians in the world, baby. Here they are.
This is what it looked like before it all started to happen. They go after the guy in charge, and they go after his family, they go after his businesses, and then they go after his supporters. And a lot of Americans are on edge because of that right now.
Trump's campaign pushed out a lot of new endorsements from House.
Now, this is how I call exploitation. Bitch, I can't fight you. I support everything you think that is righteous, everything you do that is righteous, everything you've experienced that is righteous. I can't fight you. Why the fuck you come over here picking a fight with me? You want to fight about it. So why the fuck you come over here and you know damn well I'm not even allowed to fight you?
And Senate Republicans. So, something bad happens like this, even those in office are saying, hey, it's time to stand behind him.
I mean, you come over here to use me in your fight, bitch. That's the only reason why you're here. And that means that your God, my God, cannot be the same unless he intend for me to beat the fuck out of you. Because that's what's going to happen. Everybody know that. Beat the fuck out of you. Till God come down here and tell me, stop beating on that boy.
It'd be interesting, Will, to see what, if the case is dismissed, which is unlikely to be based on the judge who seems to have a bias against Donald Trump. But if, let's say it does go to trial and there's discovery, and now because apparently it's a state level trial, publicized, it would be televised. And what if then it goes to jury? This
impossible to predict the impact. You're exactly right. Would have on the general populace. I don't know. I think that's the.
I'm over here living my whole life to protect you. Why you disrespect me in my face? And you got the nerve to come over here to fight me? Is this a thank you or something? This a thank you? And what we do now is fight. I'm gonna beat your mouth.
Wait, I also think that we're talking about politics.
Let's ask Jonathan how this gonna play out.
We all think judging those things that's happening in New York City. A district attorney, a prosecutor's job, primary job, I think the primary job of government is to protect the safety of its citizens. And while politics is a big part of that, so is judgment. You heard Ron DeSantis say,
I woke up this morning with my mind stayed on how to feed you. And you woke up this morning with your mind stayed on how to stop me. Okay. And now we supposed to fight. Okay. All right. Let's do that. You get your stick and guns and stuff. I'm gonna just stand here. I'll stand here like they said David did, butt booty ass naked. And I bet you a God better stop you before you get over here to me. I bet you a God better stop you before you get over here to me with that fight.
And our legal contributor, Kate Shaw, professor of constitutional law at Cardozo Law School. Good morning to you both. Rachel, let's go ahead and start with you. Former President Trump has been rallying Republicans to show their support for him and denounce this indictment. But how could this impact his 2024 campaign?
Well, this has turned the 2024 race with a curveball. We are now in uncharted territory. Former President Donald Trump is the leading Republican candidate who will be running his third bid for the White House while he is also facing criminal charges. And his legal team is gearing up for a fight, hoping to drag out these proceedings for as long as possible. But they're also into a political opportunity. With this indictment being handed down, the Trump campaign was already fundraising off of it. They claim to allegedly have raised $4 million. And the former president has spent a whole lot of time on the phone calling top Republicans, telling them to come to his defense. And for the most part, they have, including notably one of his biggest potential challengers, Ron DeSantis, dismissing this all as political wit.
And Kate, let's bring you into this conversation. We don't yet know the exact charges against Trump, but how challenging could this case be for the DA as they're trying to tie these hush money payments to potential felonies here?
That's right. So hush money payments themselves, not a crime.
Ever had a child in this state have genital reassignment surgery? We follow all of the national guidelines. I'm a physician. I know what we do in this state, but we have national interests that are intentionally bringing not just this bill, they're bringing a variety of bills, gun bills, to expand gun carrying and open carrying, anti-trans and anti-gay bills, book banning bills. This is all a part of a concerted national effort, honestly, to scare voters, to bring them together. They think they have a winning political agenda because they think they can scare their voters enough to think, oh, we have to vote for these people because the world is so scary. Otherwise, there's nothing else we can do. When they don't realize that these people have nothing, they do not care about them. They do not particularly care about this state. This is an overriding national Christian right-wing agenda. And people need to pay attention. People need to know this is happening before these bills pass. I mean, I don't mean to keep talking, sir, but in Missouri, they defunded their library system. Think about what we're talking about. Here in Kentucky, we took away what is considered normal, standard, accepted health care for a population of our children, even with parental consent. This is national craziness. There's a lot of fingers to it. It's not just anti-trans, anti-gay. They think that if they can marginalize a small group, then after that, and they get that support, then they can marginalize a larger group. And let me tell you, sir, they are coming after you and they are coming after me. History teaches us that.
Kentucky State Senator Karen Berg, thank you for coming to the Sunday show. Thank you for being a voice for for my community, the LGBTQ community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, very much.
And after the break, it's that time again. It's time to sound off with my panel and break down some of the most important political moments of the week. Stay with us.
When you have auto glass damage, trust SafeLight. We'll replace your windshield. Automatic emergency braking and lane departure warning work properly.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
The majority of my patients with sensitivity, I see irritated gums and weak enamel. Sensodyne sensitivity gum enamel relieves sensitivity, helps restore gum health, and rehardens enamel. I'm a big advocate of recommending things that I know work.
Hey everyone, Evan Lukowski here, and I'm so excited to tell you about my French door.
Big ass trees.
This is my biggest air fryer yet. Extra large 26 quart capacity. Cooked with up to 70% less calories from fat than deep frying. That's a big deal, my friend. It's all about the air crisp technology. 360 degrees of superheated air gives you fast, even cooking. With 24 preset cooking functions, doesn't get any easier, folks. My 10-in-1 French door air fryer works I mean, look at how easy that is. One-handed. It's super stylish and super easy to use. Every kitchen needs one of these.
Cook for your entire family in one compact kitchen appliance. Now, find out how you can try Emeril Lagasse's 26-quart French door air fryer 360 with 3 cooking tiers, fetch tool, air frying rack, and drip tray in your home for 30 days for just $14.99. Order now and you'll also get Emeril's air fryer favorites recipe book. And we'll automatically upgrade you to our bonus cooking kit free. You get bonus number 1, the baking pan to broil and bake family-sized meals. Bonus number 2, the crisper basket for golden, delicious air-fried food without oil. Bonus number 3, the rotisserie spitz.
This is the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. It's wider than Africa.
Historically speaking, prime ministers aren't.
Hey, so I have questions about our policy. And what if it's late at night? And what if someone still calls us mom for everything?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Who?
This is the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. It's wider than Africa, it's heavier than the Eiffel Tower, and if you're headed to the beach anywhere around here this summer, it might just ruin your vacation. Well, assuming sunburn, forced family fun, or a Florida man with a taste for human flesh doesn't ruin it first. When this seaweed blob makes landfall, it creates massive headaches, both logistical and literal, for everyone around. So what is it, and how do people deal? The Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt is made of, I'll give you one guess. Did you say sargassum? Congrats, you're right. Did you say leather? Wrong belt, buddy, but thanks for playing. Sargassum is a type of seaweed, but unlike most types of seaweed, it doesn't attach to the sea floor. Instead, thanks to these little oxygen-filled grape-looking things, it floats on the surface and has a chillaxed, go-with-the-flow #wanderlust behind. It also absorbs a lot of CO2 and serves as a habitat for tons of marine life, including baby turtles, little guys, and even this freak, who evolved to camouflage in sargassum patches and also, I guess, swallow a truck like a pill. So, in many ways, sargassum is a good thing. But too much of a good thing is, famously, bad. And this is no exception. In 2011, unprecedented amounts of the stuff rolled onto beaches around the Caribbean. So much that you could see it in satellite images. And every year since, the current has brought in similarly massive sargassum blooms to choke coral reefs, trap turtles, and rot on shore. Well, almost every year. It didn't happen in 2013, maybe because the blob took the year off to follow One Direction on tour. And 2023's belt is already shaping up to be a big one. The people who record these things recorded more sargassum in February than they ever had, and it's already started to hit the shore in Cancun and the Florida Keys. So scientists know that there's loads of this stuff out there, but they haven't exactly nailed down why. But they have a few guesses. One is that a combination of discharge water in the Americas and upwelling currents on the west coast of Africa is loading up the Atlantic with nitrates and phosphates, aka blob fertilizer. See, wastewater, agricultural runoff, burning down the Amazon, all this puts nitrates and phosphates into our river systems, which then discharge them into the ocean, making rivers like the Amazon kind of like Uber Eats for the western end of the blob. Meanwhile, on the eastern end, you've got upwelling, which is basically when wind blows all the surface water over somewhere else, which gives deeper water the chance to rise up and replace it. Kind of like how when Zayn left One Direction, we started hearing way more Liam.
Thanks to the stuff decaying on the ocean floor, those deeper waters are full of blob snacks, which come to the surface when an upwelling current rolls through, which on the west coast of Africa happens to be always. The Sargassum Belt is mostly a summer phenomenon, but as it gets bigger and bigger, there's a better chance that a mini blob here or there could survive the winter, becoming a sea population and a head start for the next year's bloom. Combine a sea population with a ton of fertilizer and friendly atmospheric conditions, and bam, blob. Well, blobbably. Like I said, this is just a guess. Scientists can't totally explain what's going on or why all these factors are affecting sargassum so much more than other seeds. Like, when will bladder rat get a stay in the sun? You know? Something fun about sargassum is that, like me, if it sits on the beach for any longer than 2 days, it'll start to rot. And when it does, it releases hydrogen sulfide, which is pretty tough on the lungs and arguably tougher on the nose. The smell has been likened to rotten eggs, decaying flesh, and manure, or as I've been calling it, Chanel number 2. And it doesn't just smell, it also causes headaches, respiratory problems, nausea, and more. At just 10 parts per million, OSHA rules require a total work stoppage until the air clears. Having masses of rotting, stinky goo on your beach is pretty bad for tourism, so governments and businesses in sargassum-prone areas have had to get serious about prevention and cleanup. Really serious, like handbook serious. Best practices for blob cleanup include getting it within 48 hours to beat the rot, and preferencing in-water manual collection with rigs and nets to minimize disturbance to wildlife. If you're going to use a machine, you need to avoid eroding the beach too much, so they recommend vehicles with large tires instead of treads, and that pick stuff up with claws instead of scoops. Several machines have been outfitted or invented to trawl for sargassum in the water or on the beach, with cool names like the Sargator, the Sarginator, or the Surf Rig, which is a $50,000 beach cleaning machine and not, as I'd assumed, a very inefficient surfboard. But collecting the stuff is only half the battle because it turns out it's tough to get rid of. You can't bury it because it'll make the sand slimy and could leach out, among other things, arsenic. You can spread it, but not in a layer more than 10 centimeters thick because it needs to oxidize. And you can't dump it anywhere ecologically important, which is pretty limiting if you're in, well, the world. So with most of the normal biomass disposal options ruled out, people have had to get abnormal. At the Grand Residences Riviera Cancun, they collect it from the beach, dry it out, crush it up so it doesn't stink anymore, and then just scatter it around the resort like sand. A company in St. Lucia makes a sargassum-based fertilizer, and a guy in Mexico found a way to turn it into, you guys are going to love this, bricks. People are even experimenting with culinary uses for sargassum, while other people are saying, please stop doing that, it might contain arsenic. So welcome to sargassum season, everyone. 2023 is on track to be a big one. Maybe the biggest ever, meaning if you plan a beach getaway, don't be surprised if you have to get away from the beach. Be ready with some other activities, maybe a deck of cards or a rake. Now, if you like brown stuff with a disconcerting smell, I recommend that questionably sourced, questionably aged bag of grocery store coffee beans in the back of your cabinet. But otherwise, I recommend this video sponsor, Trade Coffee. Trade is a subscription that delivers fresh bags of fair trade coffee from more than 55 of the country's top indie roasters right to your door, and I absolutely love it. Because if you're like me, you probably want to make most of your coffee at home, but inevitably cave and go to a coffee shop and spend $6 on a drink whenever you get bored with your same old grocery store brand, which is most days. Trade Coffee fixes that problem by giving you access to fresh, flavorful, coffee shop quality roasts from all over the country. Everyone I've tried has been as great as they advertise, and I love experimenting with new ones. Like, when I saw that Mother Tongue Coffee from Oakland made something called the Nebula Roast, I obviously had to check it out. It was so easy to schedule my order, and the coffee was rich and chocolatey and delicious, because of course it is. That's the point. So upgrade your morning routine with better coffee. Right now, Trade is offering HI viewers a free bag of coffee with any subscription at drinktrade.com/HAI, and you'll be supporting the channel by signing up at that link. So click the button on the screen or the link in the description to sign up today.
We found a lot of items of clothing. Like, we'll find like swim trunks and jeans, and like, where did they go without their clothes?
January 1802, Le Cap. 20,000 French soldiers arrive off the coast of Saint-Domingue. For months, Toussaint Louverture has sent letters to Napoleon telling him that the only way for Saint-Domingue to stay a part of France is home rule, a system where slavery can never return. Toussaint has not broken the colony from France, he argues. He has saved it. Napoleon feels differently. He has sent this force under the command of his brother-in-law, Charles Leclerc, with orders to subjugate the island and arrest Toussaint because he January 1802, Le Cap. 20,000 French soldiers arrive off the coast of Saint-Domingue. For months, Toussaint Louverture has sent letters to Napoleon telling him that the only way for Saint-Domingue to stay a part of France is home rule, a system where slavery can never return. Toussaint has not broken the colony from France, he argues. He has saved it. Napoleon feels differently. He has sent this force under the command of his brother-in-law, Charles Leclerc, with orders to subjugate the island and arrest Toussaint, because he fundamentally believes Toussaint's government should not exist. My decision to destroy the authority of the blacks in Saint-Domingue, Napoleon said, is not so much based on consideration of commerce and money, as on the need to block forever the march of blacks in the world. And in that endeavor, he will fail. Toussaint Louverture's Constitution of 1801 was a landmark in Saint-Domingue, 1791. Only a
What's the Walt Disney World thrill feel like? It's like,
Saint-Domingue, 1791. Only a year before, the man had been a warrior in the Congo. Captured by his enemies, he was sold into slavery, crammed into a festering ship's hold. More than 1 out of every 7 captives taken died before they ever saw western shores. But he's one of the lucky ones. He at last makes it to the plantation, where he will likely die. He learns this from one of the few enslaved men who speaks his language. They will be raising sugarcane, a dangerous and exhausting task, with the harvest season lasting from December to July. Half the new arrivals will die of disease before the year is out, and if they try to escape, they face punishments ranging from whipping to amputation. The men who harvest the cane have cuts all over their bodies. The women who process it are missing arms from the crushing machines or have massive burns from the boiling vat of sugar. The death rates are so high, his guide says. Plantation owners don't bother providing food or clothing. They just buy more enslaved people when the current group is worked to death. But not for much longer, he says. It is good this new arrival is a warrior, because they have use for warriors. There's going to be a revolution. The Haitian Revolution is a unique event, both an offshoot of the French Revolution and an anti-colonial struggle. Haiti would become the second American nation to successfully win independence. And it remains, to this day, history's only example of enslaved people successfully rising up against their oppressors. An act that stunned the world and reshuffled the political order. From inspiring movements in other colonies to forcing Napoleon to sell Louisiana to the United States. Effectively profound. But there is no good ending for the people that fought and died to create the world's first government led by liberated slaves. For the example of Haiti's revolution, including the violence of its rising, caused other nations to do everything they could to weaken the young government. Policies that, 200 years later, still impact Haiti and contribute to its current difficulties. But the roots of that instability were there from the beginning, because the economy of the French colony of Saint-Domingue, later known as Haiti, was largely devoted to a single plant. In Saint-Domingue, sugar was king. French settlers arrived on the island of Hispaniola via Caribbean piracy. And though the island had been Columbus's first landing place in the Americas, after a century as a Spanish colony, it was neglected and sparsely populated. By 1625, French pirates had begun setting up agricultural settlements on the western side, importing large numbers of African slaves. By 1697, the division was official, splitting Hispaniola into the French Saint-Domingue in the west and the Spanish Santo Domingo in the east. And within 50 years, Saint-Domingue was a crucial part of the Atlantic trade, because Saint-Domingue, as it turned out, was the ideal place to grow. The first was indigo, a plant that produced was coffee, the beverage of choice during the Enlightenment, but mostly it was sugar. Paris, August 26, 1789. The Revolutionary National Assembly in France takes the vote. At issue is a new document drafted by Marquis de Lafayette in consultation with his friend Thomas Jefferson. But in truth, many statesmen have given input to this Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen. It borrows from the Magna Carta, the American Declaration of Independence, and both the English and American Bill of Rights. It begins, Article 1. Men are born and remain free and in equal rights. Social distinctions can be founded only on the common good. Though they do not know it, these words will light a fuse that will burn all the way across the Atlantic and blow the slave society of Saint-Domingue to smithereens. Like the American Revolution, slavery was always lurking under the table in revolutionary France. It did not go unnoticed that the rebels' rallying cry of liberty, equality, and fraternity was directly at odds with slave-owning society. But there were also no illusions about the French dependency on the sugar economy of Saint-Domingue. And though abolition was discussed from the mid-1700s, even the most radical favored a gradual emancipation, with slave owners being paid compensation. Many warned that if nothing changed, a major Caribbean slave revolt was inevitable. Then when the revolution came, representatives from the big whites, the Saint-Domingue plantation owners, and the free people of color decided that the time had come to take their goals to Paris. The big whites pushed for the colonies to have seats in the newly created National Assembly, so they could argue for more autonomy in the colonies' affairs, and for the freedom to trade with the British Caribbean and the United States. And the free people of color, for their part, were well ahead of them. For years, representatives from Saint-Domingue had been petitioning the government to grant the free people of color full rights, and they too saw the revolution as an opportunity to further that goal. Originally, they had tried to get the big whites on their side, arguing that as fellow slaveholders, the two groups had interests in common. So give the free people of color rights, especially voting rights, and then the two groups together could form a political bloc to defend slavery. The big whites, though, weren't having it. They opposed any reform to the colony's racial caste system. So instead, the free people of color made an alliance with an abolitionist society called the Friends of the Blacks. And they argued that granting full rights to free people of color would be a major step on the road to gradual abolition. And here's where I'd like to pause for just a second, because this is the last time in this series where things will be relatively simple. Yeah, all of that stuff before was the simple part. Right after this point, both Saint-Domingue and France are going to use a technical historical term, go nuts. Everyone is going to ally with everyone else, and then change sides 15 minutes later. Legislatures are going to vote for reforms, dispatch messengers, dissolve, reform, and then reverse those reforms before the initial messengers even arrive. Revolutionary politics, in other words, is about to resemble a bag full of cats on espresso. In fact, to even fit all of it into this series, we're going to have to gloss over the specifics of French revolutionary politics. Who's in, who's out, who's making policy, unless it has direct impact on Saint-Domingue. And we're also going to have to focus on important trends rather than the specifics of who's allied with whom. And here's our first big trend. White colonials utterly refusing to implement moderate reforms. Both the big and small whites were so committed not just to the structure, but the principle of their racist status quo, that even a proposal like rights for free people of color, which affected roughly 5% of colonial society and essentially had no impact on them, was unacceptable. The second big trend to remember is the ideological flexibility of the free people of color, their ability to court different power blocks, and their sense that they had little in common with the enslaved. Both these dynamics are going to come up again and again. The Declaration of the Rights of Man was almost perfectly calculated to tear Saint-Domingue apart. Depending on how you read it, it could be used to either argue full rights for the people of color as well as the abolition of slavery, or you could claim, as the white colonials did, that it didn't mention slavery at all. But the big whites knew how explosive this was. They sent word back to the colony to prevent word from spreading. It didn't work. Revolutionary politics was all anyone talked about at the dinner table. Meanwhile, the enslaved people holding the trays and pouring the wine started to understand that cracks were forming in the system of oppression that bound them. In 1790, Vincent Auger, one of the free people of color's strongest advocates, returned to Saint-Thomas, determined to cast a ballot in the new colonial elections. He believed that a piece of legislation passed earlier that year, giving all property owners a vote, made his case clear. He was a full citizen. When the governor refused, Auger sourced arms and staged an uprising. Now, the free people of color had long been the backbone of the colonial militia, an arduous and expensive duty many whites avoided. Some had even fought in the American Revolution, so drawing on this experience, Auger's force initially routed the local militias. But their success was short-lived. He only had 300 men, and a counterattack by regular troops sent him fleeing across the border into Spanish Santo Domingo. He was extradited. Trump.
I work for Dracula.
Count Dracula. It's the real
Let's eat Renfield.
Happy your way.
Fried and broken on the wheel. But Auger's example inspired other revolts, not just among free people of color, but also isolated slave uprisings. The big whites refused to compromise, even though the rebels were not even demanding full emancipation. They wanted their leaders freed, an extra day off per week, and the abolition of women. Meanwhile, in France, Auger's death provided the Friends of the Blacks with new ammunition in the National Assembly. Here was a true revolutionary, martyred in pursuit of the vote. As the political winds shifted, the big whites still refused to make concessions, even forcing the assembly to refer to the enslaved using the euphemism unfree persons. These hardline tactics backfired. Support for the free people of color, even emancipation, was increasingly held up as a test of a member's revolutionary ideals. And on May 15th, the National Assembly declared that free men of color born to free parents could both vote and be seated in assemblies. The big whites responded by going home and starting their own revolt. In June, big and small whites organized militias, and by July, they were seizing power centers, coming into violent conflict with government authorities, and organizing all-white assemblies that issued decrees that all but declared themselves independent. They essentially decided that if they were to preserve white supremacy, they must govern themselves. That summer, the colonial whites fought government forces, and then they fought militias formed by the free people of color, who were furious about the all-white assemblies. Then, the colonial whites, along with government troops, engaged scattered slave uprisings. And in all of that internecine conflict, they were unable to see what was coming, because the long fuse of revolution was about to hit the powder keg. Now, one issue studying the Haitian Revolution is that the enslaved, the faction that would eventually win, were largely illiterate and left few records. So, piecing together the specifics of the uprising, particularly its clandestine origins, takes a bit of detective work. What we do know is there had to have been months, if not years, of preparation. Likely those enslaved in houses, largely born in the colony and French-speaking, overheard conversations about the revolution and carried the news to others. Enslaved drivers and overseers, those with leadership roles, started organizing squads. In fact, the predominance of carriage drivers in revolutionary leadership suggests that they performed a major communication and intelligence role, passing messages between plantations. Then, the night came. August 14th, 1791. Duddy Bookman, Vodou priest, carriage driver, and rebel leader, holds a meeting at night on an open plain. Fires burn bright. A tropical storm rages in the distance. A good omen. Religious ceremonies like this are permitted on most plantations and considered a healthy release valve, keeping insurrection at bay. Ironically, however, this summer, the enslaved have done the exact opposite, using the unsupervised gatherings to plan an uprising. And Vodou is the perfect medium of exchange, containing elements of various West African religions. It's one of the few cultural overlaps that the enslaved have, no matter where they were captured. But this meeting is an emergency. A cell has triggered the uprising early, and upon capture, confessed everything. The plantation owners, thankfully, had not believed that the enslaved could organize on the level their captives described. According to tradition, Bookman and several priestesses extracted oaths and drank animal blood to seal a pact with the goddess of love. They swear to free themselves and free the land. Then they take up their cane knives and steady their souls. Special thanks to our educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Lane, and Dominic Valenciano. Versace. August 22nd, 1791. North Province, Saint-Dumas. A dog barks, waking the plantation manager. He tells the mutt to quiet down and drifts back to sleep. Minutes later, there's another noise. He rises and goes to the window, where he then sees that his house is surrounded by the plantation slaves, carrying machetes and torches. "Who goes there?" he calls. A voice like thunder answers, "It is dead." Across the north, the cane fields burned so fierce that the smoke could be seen in Le Cap. The revolt had come with such precise timing and explosive force that it stunned the plantation owners and the French authorities. Indeed, it was so well planned that most of the various factions in Saint-Dumas thought that the enslaved couldn't possibly be the ringleaders, and they openly accused each other. White militias attacked and killed several free people of color, who they accused of masterminding the rebellion as revenge for the death of Auger. Plantation owners besieged the royal governor with requests for protection and ultimately accused him of intentionally letting the rebellion continue. The free people of color often said that it was actually the big whites who'd whipped up the rising as a way to take control of the colony. The irony, of course, was that all of these groups were pro-slavery, and if they had set their differences aside, they may have successfully repressed the uprising. But instead, the plantations burned. Militias moved from plantation to plantation, liberating the enslaved and burning every physical representation of their oppression: cane fields, coffee plants, mills, and refineries. This also meant violence against the people who had oppressed them, and there were a number of overseers and plantation owners killed in retribution for centuries of oppression. Found the plantation overseers who had coerced or assaulted them, beating their tormentors unconscious. It was not indiscriminate. Most often, the rebels attacking a plantation, and it was common for men or women to step in and save an overseer thought to be a fair man, or to smuggle out women and children. In fact, the scene that started this episode is from a first-hand account of the rebellion, and the reason that overseer lived to tell his story was that one of the rebels, a man who had been enslaved on that very plantation, stepped forward to demand the overseer's safety. Who was that man? Duddy Bookman, who had triggered the rising with his ceremony. Propagandistic descriptions of the rising, sent back to France, claimed that thousands of white men, women, and children were killed in the initial rebellion. While this image is stuck, it's inaccurate. A commission at the time counted 400 whites dead in the first 4 months to put down the uprising. The toll on the rebels ran much higher. Most of them were armed with only machetes and agricultural tools. Only 1 in 5 had a firearm. But they did have other advantages. Many had been sold into slavery as prisoners of war. Veterans of tribal conflicts who were adept at guerrilla warfare. Their raids, heralded with the blast of a conch shell, became infamous among their enemies. Even professional soldiers marveled at the rebels' bravery in the face of the superior firepower. Due to a belief that the spirits of those killed returned to Africa, they attacked with a relentless courage, literally throwing themselves on cannons, jamming their arms into barrels and wheel spokes so the guns could not be reloaded or withdrawn. They suffered terrible casualties in pitched battles. 4,000 died in the August Rising alone, roughly 10 for every enemy killed. But they didn't lose morale. They did, however, start losing commanders. Bookman was killed in early November. Infighting claimed us. And as the first set of leaders fell and factions splintered, the violence grew worse. All sides committed massacres. To approach Le Cap, one of the richest cities in the colony, meant passing a wall of heads on stakes, including that of Bookman. The swelling chaos. New leaders rose. In the western province, near the city of Port-au-Prince, a separate uprising was happening among the free people of color. They managed to sign a treaty with many rural plantation owners, recognizing their shared interests as property and slave owners. They dismissed their all-white governments and installed representatives of both groups instead. After all, the National Assembly had made them free citizens with the May 15th decree. They were only good revolutionary patriots following the law. Those big and small whites in Le Cap and Port-au-Prince, they were the counter-revolutionary royalist traitors talking about independence. Except then a messenger came with the news that there had been a change in power, and the National Assembly had changed its mind. The May 15th decree, making a small number of free people of color full citizens, had been repealed. The plantation owners' rebellion had made the assembly gun-shy, worried that they'd upset an economy that was helped propping up French finances. This alliance with the whites was not to last. In November, after a long siege, the army of the free people of color finally entered the provincial capital of Port-au-Prince. Once inside, though, the treaty broke down. As the personal brawl between one of the little whites and a free man of color descended into street fighting that burned 27 square blocks of the city. The alliance was dead. This same thing will happen basically every time the whites and the free people of color try to form an alliance. Everything will be agreed between the plantation-owning big whites and the free people of color, and then the small whites will come along and muck it up. And this is when one of the key figures of the revolution emerged, a free black man named Toussaint Louverture. Louverture's background, including any early involvement in the uprisings, is a bit mysterious. He was born in slavery, but gained freedom long before 1791, staying to help manage the plantation where his family was still enslaved. He was also unusual in that he had no white ancestry, like most free people of color, and owned no property. Perhaps this fact, the sense that he was of two worlds, was why he was chosen to broker peace between the big whites and the black rebels in the northern province. Because you see, by late November, it was a stalemate. The rebel army held much of the countryside, but the whites and government forces controlled the cities. In addition, a commission had just arrived from France with news that the country had a new constitution, one that granted amnesty for actions committed during the initial revolution. Louverture helped the rebel generals create terms, then carried them to the big whites, and get this, here are the terms that the generals of the rebellion offered. The enslaved would return to the plantations, and the generals would get free. Yeah, you heard that right. The leaders go free, and everyone else goes back into slavery. See, here's another major theme to keep your finger on. Over and over again, we'll see the leaders of the Haitian Revolution make decisions that benefit themselves at the expense of the movement. Now it's unclear if the generals could even have gotten their troops to accept these terms, but we'll never know, because the big whites, once again, completely refused to compromise, rejecting even these terms. The only winner was Louverture, who gained major respect among the generals. In fact, he was soon one of them, a fellow in the rebellion. And like many of the other generals, both of the rebels and the free people of color, he settled into living in a large house, giving orders in the little jigsaw piece of the north he controlled. And that's when Louverture began showing himself to be an exceptionally able statesman. On the battlefield, he brought an organization and discipline to his forces that was previously missing in the rebel armies. And his political talents, too, were exceptional. He was excellent at striking compromise, bringing opposing sides together, and finding a situation all could. While the fighting was at a low ebb and in control of the countryside, the rebels went about creating a black society with black leaders, courts, and administrations, which is incredible when you think that they had just been enslaved months before. But this was also a society headed by military officers, with peasants farming whatever land they could. To buy weapons from Spanish Santo Domingo, the generals often forced people to grow sugar on the old plantations, and at times, even sold subordinates into slavery, a practice Louverture refused to take part in, because the revolution to this point was about better working conditions and more power, rather than abolitionism. But that would soon change, because a ship was coming. On it were several commissioners from France, carrying a newly signed law granting full civil and political rights to the free people of color in the colonies. Oh, that's right. The government had reversed itself again, going from some free people of color having rights to none to then everyone, all in about 4 months. But the commission also carried orders to crush the white extremist dreams of independence, integrate the local assemblies, and end the slave insurrection. They came with 6,000 soldiers. But they would need more, because within 6 months of the commission's arrival, other ships would be arriving in Saint-Domingue, ships from Britain and Spain. France was at war, and the war in Saint-Domingue was going international. Special thanks to our educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Blaine, and Dominic Valenciano. Saint-Domingue, September 1792. 2 men arrive from France. They're here to address the question of rights for the free people of color. It is the second commission, the first group having carried a completely different message. But this group makes their intentions clear when they land. They're here to ensure the free people of color receive full rights, as French law now requires. They will radically integrate the assemblies, and they've brought 6,000 troops to make sure that everyone, rebellious slaves and big whites alike, stay in line. To tamp down the murmurings amongst the big whites, they say their orders do not include the abolition of slavery. They're here to save slavery, they say, not end it. But end it is exactly what the Second Commission will end up doing. And their 6,000 troops, they'll not nearly be enough. Despite assurances, the white population of Saint-Domingue feared the commissioners were secretly working toward emancipation. And there was a reason for that. Both commissioners were known abolitionists, and the big and small whites made the decision to refuse to work with the commission, comply with their laws, or even help them fight the rebellion. The free people of color, though, were only too happy to show their loyalty to the commission. Soon, the free people of color and French troops were fighting side by side, making great progress against both white separatists and black rebels. Which was good, because roughly 5 minutes after the commission got to the colony, yellow fever turned their 6,000 reinforcements into 3,000. But this alliance only deepened suspicions that the commissioners meant to end slavery, suspicions that boiled over when the commission issued a decree that they were reinstituting the long-ignored Code Noir, a set of regulations governing the treatment of the enslaved, from providing proper food, clothing, and housing, to opening channels the enslaved could use to report abuse. This was the last straw for the big whites. They had already been buddying up to the new governor, a pro-slavery plantation owner like them, and soon he was insulting the commission and threatening to counteract their decrees. So, the commissioners, deciding that this constituted rebellion, marched into Le Cap and imprisoned the governor. And all hell broke loose. The governor rallied troops and attacked Le Cap, where the commissioners and soldiers were now based, besieging and taking the city. But during the fight, fires ignited the colonial port, burning down most of the city's grand Paris-style buildings, operas, and boulevards. The commissioners themselves ended up outside of the city and needing reinforcements. Worse still, both Spain and Britain had declared war on France, so the Spanish got busy sponsoring and fighting alongside rebels like Toussaint Louverture, while word was a British force was already on the way. The commission needed troops fast, so they did something unorthodox, maybe out of desperation, or maybe because they saw an opening for a move they wanted to make anyway. They put the word out that any formerly enslaved person who fought for them would gain their freedom and full French citizenship. Rebels thronged in from the countryside to join their forces, and they pushed the big whites and their allied governor out of Le Cap. Over half of the colony's white population boarded boats and fled overnight, but now agreeing to free a few people with conditions let the genie out of the bottle. Once Saint-Domingue's formerly enslaved population heard that emancipation was in fact on the table, rumors of abolition raced across the North Province, and on August 29, 1793, the commissioners took the lead. Pressed by the rebels, Spain, and now Britain, the colony slipping away, they did the one thing that they believed could turn the tide: a general emancipation. All former slaves born in the colony, along with their families, would be freed. Yet while this news was greeted with enthusiasm in the rebel-held North Province, not all the rebels came to the commission's aid. Toussaint Louverture and many other generals were skeptical of whether this promise of freedom would hold. After all, the commission was exceeding their authority. Indeed, they'd even gotten a recall order due to their actions, and the last colonial governor who'd overstepped had been recalled to France and guillotined. Also, this Republican French government had already become infamous for changing its mind. Because remember last episode when the free people of color had rights, and then they didn't, and then they did again? Yeah, well, the rebels remembered that too. Not to mention previous trades of freedom for military service had also gone badly. And Louverture, along with these other generals, had a more consistent ally, a rival power, who owned the western half of the island: Spain. In fact, though Spanish troops had only crossed the border recently, Spain had covertly supported the slave rebellion since its earliest days. But now with open war declared, Louverture's forces were receiving arms, ammunition, and even uniforms from the Spanish. And that alliance with Spain did seem more suited to Louverture. After all, Spain had not promised them liberation. It offered to recognize that the enslaved had liberated themselves. Spanish political policies, too, lined up with the rebels, because most of the rebels were royalists, who, due to incorrect rumors, believed King Louis was pro-emancipation. They disliked revolutionary ideals and symbols, mostly because their enemies, the small whites and the free people of color, had enthusiastically adopted them. Not to mention, Republican France was making moves on religion, suppressing the Catholic Church and replacing it with their own secular variant. And most of the rebels found that deeply offensive. Yeah, that's a wild story, actually, and we'll get to it, one day. But there were also cracks forming in this Spanish alliance. Well, first of all, the war in Europe had turned, and Republican France suddenly looked like it might win. Second, the big whites who'd evacuated to Barbados had convinced the British to invade under the specific promise of restoring slavery and racial apartheid. Wherever the landed ships and took ports, They put everyone right back in bondage. So technically, this alliance with the Spanish put the rebels on the same side as plantation owners, and Louverture knew this was not sustainable. See, he had advantages that other rebel generals did not. Louverture was literate, had briefly owned a farm with slaves, and he had been in plantation management. This meant that not only could he keep up correspondence with allies, but he had also long practiced navigating white society. Now sure, the Spanish had other rebel allies, but Louverture kept up a lively correspondence. And actually not just with his allies, but with his French enemies as well. This would become a hallmark of Louverture's strategy. A savvy politician, he would always seek favor from all sides, and his vision of the colony always consisted of integrating the island's black, white, and free people of colored population into a single society. But he was not naive. He knew that the freedom the Spanish were promising was at odds with the revived slave system the British were offering rights, and he saw Spain's commitment to racial equality wavering. As both news and the rhetoric of abolition crept across Saint-Domingue, both his political ideas about general emancipation and his political calculus began to shift, because the revolution was beginning to craft its end goal, a thing that had been nebulous and confused up to this point: the complete abolition of slavery. Also, the French were eager for Louverture to defend. Despite having no military experience before the rebellion, he had blossomed into one of the most able commanders of the conflict. When he captured European officers, he treated them well and had them instruct his men. He ensured they operated like a modern military, but also kept one foot in guerrilla tactics that had served the rebellion so well. And he had the most important strategic position in the colony, garrisoning a line of forts that separated the rebel-held North Province from the French-held South and West. He had effectively split the French force, the commissioners in the north and the colored troops in the south. Then, something incredible happened. In February of 1794, representatives of the colony spoke before the National Convention on the issue of slavery. It was a tricolor commission, consisting of one of the big whites, a free black army officer, and a free person of color. They argued that emancipation was the only way to keep control of the vital economic engine of Saint-Domingue. Not to mention, it was also the purest expression of Republican principles. They got more than they bargained for. Not only did the National Convention end slavery in Saint-Domingue, they ended slavery in all French colonies. Moreover, they declared that all men living in France and its possessions, regardless of the color of their skin, were full citizens and protected by the Constitution. Upon hearing that the French had actually fulfilled their promise of emancipation, Louverture ditched his Spanish allies and switched sides. He now had the largest and most professional force in the colony, allies that aligned with his political goals, a strategic position to fight both the Spanish and British, and the backing of a major power. By 1795, Spain was knocked out of the war, ceding their side of the island to France. British troops were dying in droves of yellow fever, with 30,000 more on the way to help end the war. Yet it would do no good. The time of the European powers in Haiti was waning, and the rebel generals would instead turn on each other. For the war of muskets and uniforms was over, and the war of knives had begun. Special thanks to our educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Lane, and Dominic Valenciano. Port-au-Prince, 1796. The British soldiers come ashore and die. Come ashore and die. One of the largest expeditions to this point in British history. 20,000 men and thousands of German mercenaries disembark. Within 4 months, most are cut down by yellow fever. Back in Britain, troops riot upon the announcement of a deployment to Saint-Domingue. British forces end up hiring 7,000 to fight for them. Some reports will claim that 60% of the British expedition, 15,000 men, will die. And those that make it to the interior of the island find something frightening. The troops of Brigadier General Toussaint Louverture and his ally André Rigaud fighting like professional soldiers. They do, after all, have years of combat experience. Fight each other. With general emancipation declared and the departure of the Spanish, things started to level out for Toussaint. Not calm down necessarily. I mean, he was still fighting, but with the British pinned to the coast and rivals fighting low-intensity conflicts, he could turn to actually governing. He was in control of the North Province, while his ally and rival, Andre Rigaud, a free person of color who'd long taken part in the group's insurrection, controlled the South. Thus, the colony was essentially divided into two rival administrative centers that would ultimately come to blows in what would be known as the War of Knives. But in 1793, the word was consolidation. Finally, Toussaint had a chance to enact his vision for an integrated post-slavery society, one that brought the white, free people of color, and black populations into a peaceful, functioning whole, which would prove difficult. Part of that difficulty was that Saint-Domingue's economy was dysfunctional by design. France had wanted the colonists to be dependent on France and had therefore restricted industry to the point that the island was solely focused on producing sugar, coffee, and indigo. It was restricted from making any moves that might make it self-sufficient. In fact, it had to import food to sustain its population. So the only system that worked was to continue producing sugar, coffee, and indigo. But a few problems there. First, the destruction of the plantation infrastructure early in the revolution meant that major rebuilding would need to take place. Second, many of those plantations still had living owners, many of them refugees, and could not simply be given away under French law. They had to be managed in trust. And finally, no one wanted to go back to doing the same awful work they'd been forced to do when they were enslaved. But Toussaint and Rigaud solved that last situation using the same means everyone in this conflict always used: military force. They used troops to force people back onto the plantations. Now, this was not slavery. It was forced work. The difference being that the workers were paid, physical punishment was forbidden, and no one's spouse or children were getting sold away. They also had rights and protections as citizens, including the right to legally marry. This is a stain on Toussaint's legacy, as were the violent repressions he unleashed on those who rose against this forced labor program. But in Toussaint's estimation, this and other autocratic actions he would take were necessary to guard the freedoms that they had won. He knew that Saint-Domingue, fairly or not, would be seen as a test case for abolitionism, and what happened there would send a message across the world about whether freed slaves could not only be integrated into a wider society, but could build and sustain their own government. If Saint-Domingue collapsed, not only might slavery return, in fact, there were big whites in Paris advocating for just that, but opponents would draw the conclusion that abolition had been a mistake, and such a determination would have global consequences. And Toussaint increasingly believed he was the only one that could secure the revolution. As he fought the British, his power growing, he began to edge out political rivals, even allies. When one longtime rival rebelled and captured the colony's governor, accusing him of trying to reinstate slavery, Toussaint rescued the man and got named lieutenant governor for the service. During the election for the colony's representatives in France, Toussaint steered his rival to victory, so that then they would be forced to live in France, far from his developing power center. He would get himself declared governor general shortly afterward. And in 1788, he started conducting his own diplomacy. He concluded a secret peace with the British, where they would withdraw their troops and naval blockade from Saint-Domingue in exchange for the return of French royalists and a promise that Toussaint would not export the uprising to Barbados. That concluded, he sent a representative to the United States, striking a deal with John Adams so the undeclared naval war between the US and France would not affect trade with Saint-Domingue. Because you see, another running theme to think about, and you're keeping track of all of these, right? Saint-Domingue was always a piece in a larger game. The United States was right next door, as was British Barbados, and France supported whatever leader, in their estimation, best served their interests. And that interplay of various powers sponsoring or intervening in the island's affairs will become a major part of Haitian history all the way to present day. In other words, Toussaint was increasingly behaving like the leader of an independent nation, though he did so with the veneer of French support. He was, after all, a brigadier general of the Republic, and would remain so as long as the French upheld their abolition of slavery. In fact, Toussaint had essentially ejected the previous governor. Meanwhile, relationships between Toussaint and Rigaud began to sour, partially due to that expelled governor playing political games about higher ranking, and partially due to the fact that they both wanted total control. Soon, Rigaud appealed to France, casting himself as the loyal revolutionary, and Toussaint as a dictatorial usurper who wanted independence. Toussaint, by contrast, began claiming that Rigaud planned to reimpose slavery. A slender Rigaud turned back on him. Of course, neither wanted that, but there were factions on both sides willing to believe it. Toussaint had invited back many plantation owners in order to rebuild the economy, so it seemed plausible from that angle. And Rigaud had rebuilt the southern province with a caste system with the free people of color on top. So again, people could imagine it. Both leaders had alienated supporters with their forced work policies, and those alienated groups started believing that the other leader would never treat them like that. And both accused the other of perpetrating a race war, even though they were representatives of all of the island's groups on both sides. Strip away the rhetoric, though, and this was a struggle between two leaders for supremacy. On June 6, 1799, Rigaud sent 4,000 troops to seize several border towns and negotiate the defection of one of Toussaint's veteran regiments. The act triggered a small uprising in Toussaint's northern territory, and he dodged 2 assassination attempts. In one, Toussaint had his hat shot off and an aide killed. In another, his carriage was peppered with a volley of bullets, though by pure chance he was not inside. Thus began a civil war that would come to be known as the War of Knives, and it earned that title through blood. Both sides offered no quarter, and prisoners, when taken at all, rarely lasted long. At the outset of the conflict, Rigaud's forces, better trained and equipped, made quick gains against Toussaint, but the northern general had a numerical advantage and the increasingly open support of the United States. Not only were the Americans shipping Toussaint arms, at times, the United intervened directly, providing fire support during sieges and blockading ports. The American consul even issued passports to Toussaint's ships, allowing them to pass the blockade when Rigaud's ships could not. And during this vicious fighting, one of Toussaint's commanders rose to prominence, Brigadier General Jacques Dessalines, a former slave who had fought through the revolution and who was known for massacring prisoners and rebels with such vindictiveness that Toussaint censored him for it. Though in fact, it is possible Toussaint actually ordered these reprisal killings, using Dessalines as a willing scapegoat to avoid ruining his carefully crafted image of generosity and kindness. The war ground to a stalemate. Rigaud besieged and pinned, but Toussaint unwilling to expend the casualties necessary to dislodge him. And then another commission arrived from France. Yeah, another one, announcing another change in government. General Napoleon Bonaparte had overthrown the political system and declared himself consul. His message? To reaffirm that in the eyes of France, Toussaint was the leader of Saint-Domingue. The war ended basically overnight, with Toussaint allowing Rigaud to slip away into exile in France, which left Toussaint free to invade Santo Domingo. While technically still French, was still administered by the Spanish. He claimed it was to prevent his free citizens from getting kidnapped and sold into slavery there, but it may have actually been a bid to bolster his forces through liberation and control all of the island's ports. Because Napoleon's representatives also brought word of a new constitution, one that resented the idea that colonies should have the same laws as France. Instead, they would have special laws, tailored to their unique conditions. In other words, Napoleon planned to bring back slavery. In response, Toussaint wrote his own constitution, his own special laws, stating that Saint-Domingue was a sovereign black state, one that rejected slavery outright, and one where he was governor for life. He all but declared independence, and then prepared for invasion. Special thanks to our educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Blaine, and Dominic Valenciano. January 1802, Le Cap. French soldiers arrive off the coast of Saint-Domingue. For months, Toussaint Louverture has sent letters to Napoleon telling him that the only way for Saint-Domingue to stay a part of France is home rule, a system where slavery can never return. Toussaint has not broken the colony from France, he argues. He has saved it. Napoleon feels differently. He has sent this force under the command of his brother-in-law, Charles Leclerc, with orders to subjugate the island and arrest Toussaint, because he fundamentally believes Toussaint's government should not exist. My decision to destroy the authority of the blacks in Saint-Domingue, Napoleon said, is not so much based on consideration of commerce and money, as on the need to block forever the march of blacks in the world. And in that endeavor, he will fail. Toussaint Louverture's Constitution of 1801 was a landmark in world history. Not only did it state that slavery would never be allowed in Saint-Domingue, it made Haiti the first nation in the world whose constitution forbade discrimination on the basis of race and skin color. It's an incredible document, and many nations will spend a century and a half catching up to those systems. But it also effectively gave the colony home rule. And not only did this, let's just say, upset France, It also made Toussaint's allies reconsider supporting him. The British were briefly at peace with France and no longer wanted to rock the boat. And the new president of the United States, Thomas Jefferson, was a staunchly pro-French slave owner. He was not going to support a government formed via slave revolt. In fact, both nations were so concerned that the revolution might spread to their own slave systems that they began turning away refugees that might even carry news of it. There was an idea developing that this troublesome island that had proven slave insurrection could not only win, but then fight off incursions by multiple European armies would set a bad precedent if it succeeded. Besides, the country's sugar infrastructure had been so damaged by the years of fighting that the main economic argument that independence was good for foreign trade no longer held water. 15% of Saint-Domingue's workforce had left the plantations to join rebel or foreign armies. Factory workers in cities had been repeatedly damaged. And then Leclerc arrived. Originally, his orders were to negotiate a peaceful solution, but that went out the window when one of his commanders attacked a fort due to a miscommunication. Now it was war. Toussaint's defensive plan was to withdraw into the mountainous interior for a guerrilla war, torching the cities so the French had no base of operations. Experience taught him that these new arrivals would suffer badly from disease, and that would be his advantage. But 2 months before Leclerc arrived, Toussaint was forced to put down a rebellion, led by his adopted nephew, who had never been fully on board with the forced labor program. Soon, Leclerc secured the Santo Domingo side. Had Toussaint been able to marshal a united island, he would have won outright. But the recent civil strife and garbled communications meant that many did not rally to his banner. Even so, initial battles stunned both sides with their ferocity. Toussaint decided against raising the cities, but one of his commanders did put Le Cap to the torch before withdrawing. Both sides were in bad shape. Yellow fever swept through the French ranks, and the guerrilla campaign caused heavy casualties. So 5 months into the war, when Leclerc offered peace in exchange for Toussaint retiring to his plantation with full honors, Toussaint decided that it was his best option. He could not continue. It was there the French troops arrested him. Instead of treating him like an officer of rank, they bundled him along like a prisoner, musket at his back, putting him on a ship and deporting him to France. In overthrowing me, you have cut down in Saint-Domingue only the trunk of the tree of liberty, Toussaint warned during the arrest. It will spring up again from the roots, for they are numerous and they are deep. He would die less than a year later, malnourished and ill in a mountain castle. But his words proved prophetic. Leclerc had taken nominal control, having brought with him André Rigaud and other exiles that had fled Toussaint, and had mostly convinced the population that France did not intend to bring back slavery. But then, France brought back slavery in nearby Guadeloupe, and residents of Saint-Domingue knew it was only a matter of time before it happened to them. This was the universal call to arms Toussaint could not raise. No one wanted slavery back. Local officers that had supported Leclerc defected, and one group massacred several hundred Polish troops who were part of the French expedition. So Leclerc decided on a new tactic: utter brutality. He wrote to Napoleon, saying that he would exterminate the rebels in the mountain areas, sparing only children under age 12. He would execute all black military officers. French soldiers shot and bayoneted prisoners by the hundreds. He executed 1,000 people by tying weights around their necks and throwing them off ships. And Jacques Dessalines, now in nominal control of local forces, responded in kind. The violence of the conflict only escalated further when Leclerc himself died of yellow fever, leaving in charge an even more brutal subordinate who imported man-eating dogs to deal with the rebels. But this only galvanized the black to form a united force. A year later, a year where Dessalines handed the French defeat after defeat, both sides gathered for what would be a decisive battle. The French held a hill fort, and General Francois Capois, a man who had risen up the ranks to become a general and was known as Capois the Deaf, sounded the charge. French cannons tore into their ranks. Capois and his soldiers clambered over the casualties, regrouping when broken, reforming and pushing on. On the fourth assault, Capois tumbled to earth, his horse mutilated by a cannonball. He rose, and a bullet snatched away his hat. Then he drew his sword and ran in front of his men, yelling, "Forward! Forward!" The display was so incredible, the French stopped firing and applauded his bravery. A French officer rode forward to carry the general's compliments. After this weird little aside, then the fighting resumed. Rebel generals serving in the front line were wounded. Shots tore away pieces of their uniforms. Still, they attacked. Then the revolution ended as it began, with a storm. Lightning rent the air, and water poured down. The French withdrew, their position untenable. They sent a peace envoy the next day to negotiate their withdrawal from the island. Of the 80,000 French troops sent to Saint-Domingue, only 30,000 would return. In fact, their withdrawal was part of a general French pullback from the Americas. The vast expenditures of blood and treasure in Saint-Domingue convinced Napoleon to cut his losses and focus on his European wars. To help that pursuit, he sold Louisiana to the United States. Dessalines was supposed to send the French wounded back to France after Leclerc's withdrawal. He drowned them instead, because Dessalines had learned something from all of those years of indecision around slavery. With its wild reversals over civil rights and abolition, with French citizens like the Bigwives constantly trying to undermine and reverse every freedom won, the French had sent a message over the past decade that the people of Saint-Domingue would never be safe under the rule of white Frenchmen. So, after declaring the island to be the independent nation of Haiti, Dessalines ordered all remaining white French should be massacred, even the women and children. The people were reluctant, and often only complied when Dessalines showed up with an army to enforce the edict. Some French escaped, pretending to be Americans or British, who were not subject to the decree. But the message Dessalines intended to send backfired. It further isolated Haiti, with the United States refusing to recognize its government or trade with it for 60 years. Dessalines' military rule and crowning himself emperor continued to set the new nation on a troubled path. Generals would seize power regularly, ensuring the new nation could never fully recover from the damage of the revolution. Slaveholding societies like the United States looked at Haiti as a nightmare scenario, using it to argue incorrectly that wholesale slaughter was the inevitable result of abolition and that a black nation could not govern itself. Later, the French returned, forcing the Haitian government into massive indemnity payments it couldn't afford, burdening the already broken economy, keeping it in poverty. And due to this political instability, the United States would stage multiple military interventions in the 19th and 20th centuries under the banner of protecting American lives and property, eventually occupying the nation for 19 years. Others saw a different message, one of inspiration, not fear. When American firebrand John Brown tried to raise a slave revolt in the South before the Civil War, he'd hoped to trigger an uprising like Haiti's. And the new nation would both harbor the revolutionary Simon Bolivar when he was a fugitive and loan him Haitian troops on the condition that he freed the slaves in Spanish America. To the oppressed and colonized around the world, Haiti would become a symbol, one that showed what was possible when people, despite having nothing but determination and a desire for freedom, declared they would be slaves no more. Special thanks to our educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Lane, and Dominic Valenciano.
Hey, extra historians, welcome to Lives, the part of the show where we tell you wrong, the stories we left out, which was a lot this time, and in general, we're able to get to in the episode. I'm going to move on real quick because this was a huge series when we had to go to 6 episodes on. We could have done like 50 episodes of this. Let's quickly get to recommended reading. A Concise History of the Haitian Revolution by Jeremy B. Popkin. Toussaint Louverture, A Revolutionary Life by Philip Gerard. Mike Duncan's The Revolutions Podcast Season 4. If you want like a really granular, if you were like, I liked this 6 episode series, but I wish one of these 9-minute episodes was actually 5 50-minute episodes, go listen to the Revolutions Podcast. It does a great job, but very extensive. There's a great BBC In Our Time episode on the Haitian Revolution. It's a roundtable of historians. You get a bunch of different perspectives. PBS has a great one-out.
I love an all-inclusive resort with a water slide, snorkeling, zip lining,
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Lima, 1615. The old man clutches a parcel, fat and square, that he's dragged from one end of a fallen empire to the other. He is a mixed-race Christian, the son of an Inca aristocrat and a former translator for priests, seeking to study and suppress native Andean beliefs. Years before, he had his property confiscated after suing to get his ancestral lands back. Since then, he's wandered the country observing the disappearing Inca life, compiling a chronicle complete with illustrations. It's a history of the Inca, but also a catalog of abuses by the colonial Spanish. His conclusion: Spain must reform the government in a way that protects native people and values their culture. He's carried this book, all 1,000 loose pages of it, through harsh terrain and bandit country. That it survived to this point is a minor miracle. And now, he's finally sending it to its intended recipient, the King of Spain. Guaman Poma de Ayala takes the only copy of his life's work and hands it to a man aboard a ship. No one will see it again for 300 years. When you get off the plane, the first thing you notice is how thin the air is. And as you exit the airport, a man in a poncho offers you a styrofoam cup full of coca leaf tea to help you deal with the Andean altitude. Lobby. Cusco sits at nearly 3,400 meters, or 11,200 feet in altitude. When you walk the cobblestone streets, you feel dizzy and have to stop for a breath after a few blocks. And then you start to notice something strange. Every large Spanish building in the city has been built on a foundation of Incan stone. That's because the Spanish didn't build Cusco. They merely built on top of it. It was in fact the Inca who, despite the altitude, built a city here. And not just any city, mind you. A city that ruled the largest indigenous empire to ever exist in the Americas. The Inca Empire spanned 2,500 miles along the Pacific coast of South America, stretching from present-day Colombia to Chile. And it ruled as many as 12 million people. But sheer numbers can't really convey what an impressive feat that was, because the Inca also controlled some of the most varied and harsh terrain on the planet, ranging from snow-capped mountains to the humid Amazonian jungle to the Atacama Desert, parts of which haven't seen rain in nearly 400 years. Walk the Inca Trail to Machu Picchu, a fairly short route you can still follow today, and you'll pass dusty valleys, lush agricultural terraces, alpine tundra, and jungle. The massive Andes themselves create these microenvironments, forcing the moisture out of passing cloud formations, so part of the Inca heartland remain wet, while earth in the other areas stay powder dry. In fact, many settlements stand at altitudes that are difficult to breathe in for anyone but the Andeans, whose lungs have adapted to absorb more oxygen. Actually, after building all of these celebratory churches on the foundations of the Incan capital of Cusco, the Spanish moved the capital to Lima, partially because they couldn't handle the altitude. But despite the complexity of ruling over and building in such varied environments, the masonry of the Inca Highway cuts through all of them, at times tunneling through solid rock, winding its way through ruins of settlements, fortresses, terraces, and temples. And the Inca built this sophisticated state without iron tools, the wheel, riding or draft animals, money, or a written language. However, they did have quipu, a series of knotted ropes that helped them calculate complex equations and remember numbers and dates, but the rest of their culture, their folklore, their religion, and their history was all oral. Which becomes a bit of a problem when it comes to telling the history of the Inca Empire. Because while the conquest is well documented, we have no sources from before the period of the Spanish conquest. Like the buildings of Cusco, where Spanish constructions stand on Inca foundations, all of our stories of the empire come to us to one extent or another via their colonizers. Following the Spanish conquest, dozens of priests, administrators, and former conquistadors set to work interviewing native people in order to capture the empire's oral history. And while these accounts are better than nothing, their usefulness is, mixed at best. See, after the fall of the Inca Empire, a struggle began over the empire's cultural legacy. Spanish authorities stripped the valuables from shrines, leveled temples, suppressed native religious practices, and confiscated the imperial mummies. And part of that campaign involved collecting and telling the Inca's oral histories. Some of the priests collected these stories in hopes it would assist in conversion. But many considered the Inca devil worshippers, or wrote specifically to make their rule appear illegitimate, justifying the Spanish conquest. Conversely, more sympathetic accounts came from conquistadors who married into the Inca elite and had a closer relationship with the culture. But these two can display a major gap in understanding. Even after living in Peru for decades, the Spanish didn't really understand the Inca or any of the other people who lived under the empire's banner. Their ideas about religion, society, and politics were just too different for these chroniclers to capture accurately. For example, the Inca didn't perceive history in a linear fashion. To tell the history of their four-province empire, they wouldn't start at the beginning.
They'd tell the history of the most important province, beginning to end, before moving on to the next most important, and so on. And it's from one of these Spanish accounts that we get the date of the empire's founding. But even that is controversial, and may be entirely wrong. The closest we have to a native perspective comes mostly from a generation of mixed-race authors, the sons of marriages between Inca noblewomen and their Spanish conquerors, all Christians who were born after the empire's destruction. Among them was Blas Vieira, a mixed-race Jesuit whose pro-Inca views, especially those about native languages being suitable for discussing church doctrine, may have led his order to imprison, then exile him to Spain. Eventually, he was murdered, and his work burned during an English pirate raid. Only a few excerpts remain from his history, mostly in the work of another half-Inca chronicler, Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, who wrote extensively on the empire's history. But while Vega's book, Royal Commentaries of the Incas, is considered the first literary masterpiece by a Native American, it has problems as a work of history. Because you see, Vega left Peru as a teenager and published his chronicles 49 years later, meaning his memory of the oral history had likely degraded. Not to mention, he was writing with a specific objective in mind, while Guaman Poma rallied against Spanish abuses, and Valera pushed for indigenous language and culture to be seen as equal. Vega portrayed the Inca Empire as a perfect society, one without poverty, where aristocrats, like his family, provided everything a person would need. In fact, it appears that this mode of argumentative history was a hallmark of Andean culture. To the Incas, it seemed, history was not necessarily about capturing reality in a fully accurate picture, but rather in molding the past to make a specific point. For example, the Spanish found multiple Incan families in Cusco told elaborate but conflicting versions of the same history, each using it to justify their claim to a piece of land. And as a result of these conflicting testimonies, modern historians have come to vastly different conclusions about the empire depending how they read the sources. And because of this, Incan society has been portrayed as everything from a communist utopia to a totalitarian nightmare. And details of the empire's founding continue to be debated. But the histories, paired with archaeology, do tell us this. In the early 13th century, a line of kings began coalescing around what would become the city of Cusco. Manco Capac, the semi-mythical founder, and as the legends say, one of the first people to walk the earth, established the kingdom of Cusco before turning to stone. Then came his successors, each taking the ruling title of Sapa Inca, each named for their greatness in construction and war. And they each took names that matched their glory, and were also pretty baller if I do say so myself, such as the valorous, generous Inca, the left-handed, the splendid account animus, and my personal favorite, he who weeps blood. They built the city and expanded their territory, creating the Inca ways of life and bringing order to a chaotic world. Or perhaps not, because archaeological evidence indicates that many of the things we consider Incan accomplishments, their farming terraces, building style, agricultural products, statecraft roads, and knotted quipu, were actually inherited from previous Andean societies. But regardless of their source, the Inca were about to use these tools on a scale no one had ever seen. Because in Cusco, the Sapa Inca had a son. He was not the oldest, nor the favorite of his father, but he was intelligent, brave, and with a ruthless vision. He had a birth name, but that is not how he would be known. He would be known as the Earthshaker, Pachacuti, first emperor of the Inca, and a man who would remake the world in cataclysm. Special thanks to educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Blaine, and Gerald Spencer Diamond.
Relationship to anyone outside of it. We just cut a balloon.
Cusco, 1438. The emperor, called Sapa Inca, son of the sun god Inti, has returned to the capital, but he is afraid. Waiting for him is his son, Inca Yupanqui. 20 years before, an army had marched on Cusco, and in response, the emperor fled to a mountain fortress with his chosen heir. But the emperor also left Yupanqui, his third son, to hopelessly defend the city. Yet the sun god saw Yupanqui's bravery and intervened. It was said that even the stones themselves rose up to fight on the prince's behalf. But with the enemy routed, the emperor did not return.
afraid of his son's new power. So for 20 years, Yupanqui rebuilt Cusco in the emperor's absence as his father sent assassins to kill his usurping child. But now, the emperor has returned, and in doing so, he formally hands over his position to his son and grants him a new name, Pachacuti, the Earth Shaker. Pachacuti turned out to be a pretty good name for this ninth ruler of the Inca, because while the name did mean Earth Shaker, it was also a philosophical concept. In Quechua, the Inca's primary language, a Pachacuti was a historic event, a cataclysm that overturned space and time, remaking the world. It was a good title for the man who had forged the kingdom of Cusco into an empire. Now, Cusco was likely expansionist before Pachacuti, and they'd probably been laying the groundwork for empire building in the previous 2 centuries of the kingdom's ascendancy. Their agricultural terraces were productive enough to support large populations, and they had a system for freeze-drying potatoes and llama meat to make long-lasting military rations. In fact, the word jerky comes from the Quechua term for dried meat. On top of all that, their system of roads and agricultural storehouses increased the range of their reach, and their labor system allowed them to call up large numbers of troops. See, the Incan economy didn't use money or commerce of any kind. Instead, the state took its tax in labor. During the agricultural off-season, peasants in Inca lands would be drafted for infrastructure construction, building roads, temples, or agricultural terraces, or perhaps doing metal work on gold or weapons if it was a local specialty. And in return, they would be issued anything they needed from government storehouses. But labor service could also mean marshaling for war. When the Sapa Inca called up his army, the local chief or Inca representative would organize a labor draft. Then the people, few of them professional warriors, would show up armed in the traditional ethnic clothing and carrying whatever weapons they favored. Some of these far-ranging societies were slingers, others spearmen, some Amazonian archers with poison-tipped arrows, and others shock troops from the fiercest societies the Inca had conquered. Others still, the least military talented, essentially served as cannon fodder. Pachacuti took the throne of Cusco. The first thing he did was put out the call to muster for war. Because not only did he need to solidify his power, but he also dreamed of conquering all of the Andes. Pachacuti's father had extended Inca territory beyond Cusco, and that meant Pachacuti was already one step ahead of the kingdom's rivals. Outside the walls of his capital, there was no group large or cohesive enough to really rival him, the Andes being nothing but warring ethnic groups, too splintered to resist a large power. In fact, local societies were so outmatched by Cusco that some historians argue that Pachacuti's miraculous defense might be a myth, invented or heavily embellished in order to legitimize his coup. In this climate of fractured powers and small groups, even Cusco's modest territorial holdings, just a few population centers dominated, proved impossible to resist, whether diplomatically or militarily. Pachacuti drove south, taking mountain forts and wresting control away from local tribes. And he took their leaders back to Cusco, where he would lay them down in a line and walk on their heads to show dominance before beheading them. Whew, dominance combo. Some he flayed, stuffing their empty skins with ashes. And with each conquered territory, he gained more laborers for his roads and more soldiers for his armies. But he didn't fight everyone. Indeed, if he had, his conquests would have never happened so quickly. For the Inca, military force was a last resort. And initially, they would send ambassadors with gifts and offers of marriage, essentially promising that, apart from the labor tax, nothing would change in local government, culture, or society. In return, the society would get access to Inca roads and storehouses. Oh, and as an added bonus, they wouldn't be destroyed. Hooray! If gifts and alliances failed, however, then the Inca would threaten military force. And considering they could field armies of over 100,000 warriors, this was often pretty persuasive, especially when they used the mountainous terrain to appear without warning. Many a local noble, brave in his stone palace, would quickly capitulate once he saw an Inca army suddenly appear outside his walls, banging drums stretched with the skin of defeated enemies, and playing flutes made from human bone. Only in a minority of cases did the Inca have to actually fight. When he reached modern-day Bolivia, Pachacuti deemed it far enough and returned to the capital. But for his next expedition, he sent his brother north into the Andes in a bid to conquer all the way to the coast. This move gave the burgeoning Inca state access to the sea and solidified the transformation of Inca power. Pachacuti no longer ruled the kingdom. The Earthshaker now had his empire. But war is dangerous for a ruler. Good rulers delegate, but that sometimes meant you delegate away your glory. And that was especially not ideal in a state like the Incas, where there was no specific grounds for succession and primogeniture didn't hold sway. Theoretically, any male relative could succeed Pachacuti, a son, an uncle, or a brother. Maybe one who gained a reputation as a conqueror, for instance. So on the northern expedition's glorious return to Cusco, Pachacuti charged his brother and all the generals with treason over a troop uprising and executed them. There.
Rapid rehydration to get you back on your game. Gatorlight.
There. That fixed it. This would actually set a pattern. If you were a general in the Inca Empire, you wanted to be successful, sure, just not too successful, especially if you were related to the Sapa Inca. Generals that won stunning victories almost always got beheaded upon returning to Cusco, because the Sapa Inca was the child of the sun, and you do not outshine the sun. Pachacuti learned a valuable lesson. If you're going to delegate to someone, make sure you're comfortable with them getting the credit. So as a result, he sent his son and chose Tupa Inca Yupanqui, whose name, I kid you not, is sometimes pronounced Tupac, and I ain't mad at you, on a new northern expedition. Now, this was sort of a war internship, a way to help him gain experience while burnishing his ruler resume. So you got one of those, right? The gambit worked spectacularly. Pachacuti could rule the center, while his son fought the brutal military campaigns on the coast in modern Ecuador and had the first forays east into the Amazon. These campaigns sharpened Tupa Inca into a fierce, ruthless warrior, one willing to dam a settlement's water supply to force surrender. He also learned how to maximize his military force, rotating his Andean troops back into the mountains periodically so they could recover from the unfamiliar coastal and jungle environments. Still, the Inca had difficulty pushing into the hostile jungles of the Amazon, an effort Tupa Inca eventually had to abandon in order to crush a rebellion. With his son in the field, Pachacuti could manage the empire's building program, personally sculpting a model of his new capital from clay. He continued improving Cusco, augmenting it to carry water to the city through underground channels. He raised forts in the hills and built lavish royal residences, supposedly including Machu Picchu, though granted that is heavily disputed. But he did erect palaces, hospitals, and temples while laying roads to his new conquests. But Pachacuti's greatest work was to rebuild the Golden Courtyard, a temple dedicated to the sun god Inti. In Inca religion, gold was considered the sweat of the sun, and silver the tears of the moon. So he covered the walls of the courtyard sun chamber with gold, and the walls of the moon chamber with silver. Emeralds and turquoise dotted the sheets of precious metal, and on the solstice, he would enter the sun chamber and catch the dawn rays in a concave mirror, using it to light a fire. 7 previous Inca rulers, mummified in a high-altitude freeze-drying process, sat on a golden bench watching the ritual, waiting to be consulted on matters of state. And it may have been here where Pachacuti wrote a group of sacred hymns, still with us today. But Pachacuti's engineering also had a side, because he also decided to engineer the empire's population. He forcibly moved whole ethnic groups to agricultural land he deemed more productive, displacing entire societies in order to better stock the empire's storehouses and arm its troops. Hundreds of thousands, some say millions of people from the lowest of Inca society were forced to resettle in far-flung corners of the burgeoning empire. And when Pachacuti died, his organs removed and his body freeze-dried in the Andean cold, his son Tupa Inca Yupanqui rested him on a golden bench alongside his ancestors and kept conquering. Though Tupa Inca would die young, this father-son team were responsible for the largest territorial expansion in Inca history. And while later emperors would put down rebellions and nibble at the edges of nearby territories, never again would the Inca experience such explosive growth. So with all that said, what was this empire they built actually like? Well, join us next time for a day in the life of several members of Inca society, from agricultural workers to the surprising social life of a dead Inca emperor. And just a hint, it totally involves mummy parties. Man, history is metal. Special thanks to educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Lane, and Gerald Spencer Diamond.
Thanks. Been renting 5 years.
Credit scores is Cusco. Tupa Inca Yupanqui visit his father, Pachacuti, for dinner. Tupa Inca sits in his father's house, drinking his chicha beer and partaking of food. They talk about the old times, about the state of the empire, and share tobacco. Halfway through, they get up to relieve themselves before settling in for a second round. Finally, Tupa Inca begs his leave. The hour has grown late. He tells his father they must meet again, this time at Tupa Inca's residence. Perhaps his father will visit him at his estate in the mountains. It's a perfectly normal visit between father and son. You know, except for one small thing. Both men are dead. Yeah, they have been for decades. These are mummies, still fulfilling social obligations as they did in life. And this was a dinner party for the dead. We're in a strange place in the century-long history of the Inca Empire. Apart from a few territorial gains, most of its establishment and expansion has already occurred. The current Sapa Inca, Huayna Capac, rules the empire at the height of its power. But Huayna Capac will be the last uncontested emperor of the Inca. Yet before we discuss its fall, let's take a moment and examine the empire at its height, how it operated, and what life was like. Because this is one of the most unique societies in history, and it's worth dropping in on a day in the life of the Inca Empire. So, our day begins not in the capital of Cusco, but in the conquered city of Quito in modern Ecuador. And it starts with a party. Thousands of people crowd the plaza, laughing, eating, drinking chicha beer, and staring at the Incas who have just thrown this lavish feast. Because this is no ordinary party. It's the feast before the labor tide. Among the crowd sits one man, not an Inca, but a local of Quito. He's a father, a husband, a brother, and an artisan. But to the Inca, he is a non. See, a few years ago, he married, which to Inca makes him both a full person and a part of the imperial labor pool. The Inca's worldview is based on complementary pairs, man and woman, sun and moon, one who breaks ground, and one who sows seeds. And this means someone is not a member of society until they form a household. Not to mention, a married man can leave his home for months at a time, doing labor service, while his wife cares for his home and fields. The year before, a census taker had come to the man's valley, recording on a knotwork kipu how many households existed and what each person did. In the empire, people are sorted by age, sex, and the kind of work they can perform. He counted elderly men who couldn't work separate from those who could. He listed little boys as young as 4 as trap setters, and their sisters as gatherers. He counted women old enough to carry burdens, and others who were physically or mentally disabled. Though the man farms most of the year, due to the Inca's insistence that all households must be self-sufficient in food production, his people are particularly talented goldsmiths, and that's likely what he and 9 other households in his group will do for the empire. Because the empire works in base 10. The goldsmith is counted as one of 10 households of goldsmiths that report to a local leader, and that leader, along with 9 others, report to a man who's in charge of marshaling those 100 households. And it goes on like that up to groups of 10,000. Each has its own leader, most of them local, that report to the Inca representatives who live in Quito or the way stations on the Inca Road. Thus can 100,000 Inca, mostly living in Cusco, rule over 10 million people. But not always easily. This feasting masks attention. Quito is a new addition to the Inca Empire, and though the man can see some benefits, such as having more food than his ancestors did, and the empire had improved security by stopping regional warfare, locals don't like the imposed sun god worship, resent the labor tax, and still feel the effects of the forced relocations. When the Inca came, they divided the land and llama herds into 3 parts, taking one for the Inca aristocracy, one for their priests, and finally gifting that last third to the locals for sustenance. When the crops failed, people went hungry. An Inca official steps up, calling for silence. He reads out the assignments. A division of stonemasons will repair the stretch of road between 2 peaks. Another will fix the emperor's local terraces. The weavers, the Inca's most prized and privileged artisans, will make clothing for the Inca aristocrats. The potters, the least prized, will manufacture bowls and pots. Some will be assigned military service. And for the man and his goldsmith, he will make gold and silver ritual objects destined for Cusco. The man and his group take the Inca Road to a nearby way station. That includes storehouses, workshops, and temporary housing. And Inca officials issue him the materials he needs, as well as a portion of food to sustain him through the crafting of the 3 golden llamas he now owes. The sooner he finishes this task, the sooner he can return home. But he knows the Inca covet fine objects, so he takes his time and does it right. When he's done, he hands the objects over to a courier and makes his way home. This courier is doing his service as well, running parcels up and down the Inca Road, but he only runs one segment from a single way station to another before he hands the llama off to another runner who takes the next lane. During his service, this teenage boy has carried Kipu messages, precious small objects, and even a fish caught fresh off the coast destined for the emperor's plate in Cusco. Through this system, an object can make it from Quito to Cusco in 3 days, a distance of over 1,000 miles. One of these golden llamas is destined to be united with a teenage girl, a very special teenage girl, whose father has volunteered her for a great honor, to be sacrificed. Human sacrifice is common in the Empire, but generally on a small scale. And this girl, now traveling the road dressed in fine garments and carried on a litter, is not afraid. She and the teenage boy she's paired with will spend their final year in luxury. Her family will be rewarded. And after a year, the two will marry and go to a ceremony in the mountains. There, they'll drink chicha until they pass out, whereupon they'll be strangled, bludgeoned, and buried as an offering to the sun and moon. They will be a complementary pair as the sun and moon are, and they will be buried with the little llama and other gold and silver offerings. Gold, the sweat of the sun, and silver, the tears of the moon. She does not fear this fate, however, for death is not an ending, but merely a transition to another phase. The dead are always with the Inca. She has herself poured chicha into the grave of her grandmother. And this lesson is reinforced when they pass a royal procession going the opposite way, carrying the mummy of Pachacuti on his way to his son's mountain estate. Now, the dead emperor has a surprisingly active social life. He eats and drinks, his attendants pouring chicha into a channel in the earth. A man urinates on his behalf. He appears at religious ceremonies at the solstice, and spirit mediums make his will known when the emperor and other officials consult his wisdom. And he retains all his property. His attendants are, in fact, his descendants. When an Inca ruler dies, his entrails are removed and burned, the ashes joining those of his ancestors in a hollow golden statue in the golden courtyard. His body is freeze-dried in the Andean air, and much like his body, his power divides as well. His political power goes to his successor, a son chosen by his primary wife, and his primary wife, also his full or half-sister, an arrangement that prevents too many claimants, will become the most influential person in the empire when their son takes the throne. The emperor, on the other hand, chooses a son to run his affairs when he transitions to death. That son and his line will inherit all of the emperor's wealth and estates, or rather, they will control and run all the wealth on behalf of the deceased emperor, who will continue going about his life. After all, death is not an ending. Pachacuti's spirit is still alive, vital, and powerful in his mummy and in the sacred landscape. So, his attendants carry him to the mountain estate, which is engineered to complement the beautiful landscape, and on to visit his son. But if Pachacuti's spirit exists, it may be trouble. Things in the empire are not quite good. His and because all the
I'm gonna go back.
just to get some land for himself. And when Pachacути last saw him, waiting on the top, phenomenal. Pale man, wearing clothing of metal, had appeared on the coast of ship, and it was said that they had brought sickness with them. Back in Quito, the goldsmith felt a pain in his back. Had that courier looked pale and a little more tired than he should? Strange small marks start appearing on the goldsmith's skin, some kind of pox. And with such small things, do empires fall. Special thanks to educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Dirk, Joseph Lane, and Gerald Spencer Diamond.
We're gonna get a wedding. Let's go get married. What? I mean, let's get Bridget and Crystal married.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be weird if we got married.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh boy, that was a crazy bachelor party. Cloud, I don't feel so good. Tiny diamond, you make the cutest little flower boy. Come on, Daddy, I'm the cutest little flower.
1532. Francisco Pizarro is shocked by what he sees. On his first expedition 4 years ago, he had landed in this very city. It's where he learned about the so-called Inca Empire he's come to conquer. Then, there had been 1,000 stone buildings, large seagoing rafts in the harbor with great white sails. Crowds had come out to greet them, to offer gifts, and touch the strange white and black skin of the foreigners. Now, it was a ruin. Most of the populace, it seemed, had fled. He directs his translator, a native man he'd kidnapped during the last expedition, to ask one question. What happened here? The answer: plague, death, and civil war. It came from the north. Everyone was sure of it. It turned people's skins black and made blood flow from their nose and mouths. And it was almost always fatal. Today, we assume this disease was hemorrhagic smallpox or measles, likely swept down from Mexico, where Cortez's men had brought it to the Aztec Empire. But the inhabitants of the Inca Empire had no name for the illness that ravaged them. There's no way to solidly estimate the impact of this plague upon the Inca population. But in some areas, the population may have dropped 90%. And no one was spared. No one. When the Capac was up north in Quito, the place he fashioned into the second city of his empire, and where he marshaled his forces to crush rebels in what is now Ecuador and Colombia. He was no fool. He isolated himself, but the strange marks found him anyway. Within days, he was dying, and fearing that the emperor was about to make his transition into the spirit world, the royal court asked him to name a successor. He did. The son he named, though, was already dead, a victim of the same illness which had swept through the royal court. Though the Spanish did not know it, they didn't understand disease transmission well enough to use it intentionally. They had effectively decapitated the Inca political leadership before Pizarro's men had even arrived. With both the Sapa Inca and his heir apparent dead, the rest of the empire was left to decide who would rule. Back in Cusco, the nobles appointed one of the emperor's sons, Huascar, as the new ruler, which may not have been the best choice, as Huascar was a drunken party boy who had the habit of stealing other nobles' wives and then executing them if they objected. He also made moves to seize lands and estates held by his mummified predecessors and their families. Or maybe not, because the accounts that claim that come from a Spanish chronicler who got the story from his Inca wife, a woman who was previously married to Huascar's half-brother and rival for the throne, a man named Atahualpa. Though Atahualpa and Huascar were both sons of the emperor, they had different mothers, with Huascar's mother being Inca and Atahualpa's mother coming from a non-Inca northern royal line. Temperamentally, they couldn't have been more different. While Huascar grew up steeped in the court life of Cusco, Atahualpa had traveled and fought with his father in the Inca's northern campaigns. Huascar had the loyalty of the Cusco elite, and Atahualpa had the hearts of the battle-hardened army. So when the nobles of Cusco declared Huascar to be the Sapa Inca and Atahualpa to be the governor of Quito, it was pretty clear what was about to happen. Civil war. Now, a little civil war was, to be honest, not really a big deal. Practically expected. With no concept of primogeniture, it was normal for the Incas to fight a few battles to figure out who would succeed. Indeed, if a claimant had the guile, military skill, and fortitude to defeat his rivals, wouldn't that actually prove he was the best man for the job? And it was clear that Atahualpa wanted the royal tassel. Therefore, when Atahualpa sent a delegation to present Huascar with coronation gifts, the emperor refused the gifts, killed the ambassadors, and sent the military captains back, dressed in women's clothing. A civil war. It was not the greatest idea, though. After all, Atahualpa was up in Quito, where their father had been fighting, with all of his battle-hardened troops and his best generals, who were all loyal to Atahualpa, who was also part northern and had major support. But Atahualpa was also far north, and already fighting against rebellions that predated the Civil War, not to mention now these new provincial rebellions that supported Huascar. And Huascar had his own assets, namely the royal tassel, the capital, and the larger army. He marched north, in some accounts, even capturing Atahualpa, who then supposedly proceeded to escape after a woman smuggled him in a jailbreak kit during a drunken victory party. But here's what's not in doubt. This war was vicious and costly. It
Start your day with all the support you need in Skechers Arch Fit sandals. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a sandal that provides foot and arch support for all-day comfort. Podiatrist-certified arch support for men and women.
It ripped the empire apart, and in concert with the ongoing smallpox pandemic, may have dropped populations in some regions by 95%. The empire, already under strain during Huayna Capac's reign, teetered on the brink of collapse. The turning point came when the two armies met in central Ecuador. Huascar's force was much larger, led by a veteran general known as the Fox, but it was also made up of militia conscripts unused to war. Where Atahualpa's force, on the other hand, was a battle-hardened army made up from the best troops in the empire. Men drafted from warrior societies who the Inca from birth prepared for war, experienced slingers from the Andes, hard Ecuadorian infantrymen, and archers from the Amazon who dipped their arrows in serpent venom and frog toxins. The battle did not last long, for if history teaches us one thing, it's the age-old adage, don't bring conscripts to a hardened veteran fight. Seriously, that's all over historical text. You can look that up. When it was all over, though, Atahualpa had the Fox's skull made into a gold-accented drinking cup. He'd killed the captured general by filling him with arrows and darts, an omen for what was to come. At first, Atahualpa tried to lure soldiers away from Huascar's retreating army with offers of clemency. However, when those offers to defect went unanswered, he turned to another tactic, terror. When he captured the enemy, he had them slaughtered and their bodies desecrated. Settling in the northern city of Cajamarca, he sent his army ahead with orders to take Cusco. And it did not take long. Atahualpa's bloody tactics had destroyed the enemy morale, and Huascar had lost his nerve. Even when Huascar's army occupied forts where they had an advantage of terrain and defensive barriers, they often failed to hold. So when Atahualpa's army reached Cusco, Huascar evacuated rather than fight. Soon he was a captive, and his legacy destroyed. And when we say destroy, we mean destroyed. One of Atahualpa's generals entered Huascar's family compound, where his wives and children lived, and spared no one regardless of age or gender. Then they rounded up the historians who kept the records of Huascar's reign, those who knew what each knot represented on the quipu that kept royal history, and they killed them. Afterward, they burned the quipu, even though the people trained to interpret them were dead. And then they destroyed the mummies of his most powerful ancestors. All of this in front of the deposed emperor's own eyes. His victory complete, Atahualpa prepared to march south and enter Cusco. There were things to attend to, not the least of them weeks of victory feasts to celebrate his coronation. But there was another matter that kept him. A force was marshaling behind him, heading south toward Cajamarca. They were not allies of his half-brother, that was certain. Reports from survivors said these strangers had pale skin and wore clothing made of metal. They rode enormous beasts, larger than llamas, and evil long-fanged creatures trotted at their heels. And they used bizarre weapons that made a noise like thunder and expelled smoke. Most importantly, though, reports said that they killed as they marched. Everywhere they went, they killed without reason, captured anyone they could, and questioned them under torture. They wanted to know the way to the emperor and his gold. Such impertinence, Atahualpa thought. Such belligerence from a force of only 168 men. They were, of course, conquistadors, Pizarro's third expedition. And though they carried documents from the Spanish crown, making it their duty to claim Peru for Spain and Christianize the population, they were actually here for the money. This venture was an entrepreneurial one, and each man on it was a shareholder. If he enlisted with infantry weapons, he gained a small slice of whatever treasure they captured. But if the men who'd brought horses, plate armor, and contributed ships and provisions, men like their leader Pizarro and one of his captains Hernando de Soto, they could get very rich indeed. But Pizarro was already very rich indeed. In fact, he was a veteran of several conquistador raids, but he was also aging and wanted to make his mark on the world the same way Cortez had done when he overthrew the Aztec Empire. He carried documents in his pocket that, once the Incas were overthrown, would make him the Spanish governor of Peru. So he was surprised when a group of Incan ambassadors met them on the road bearing gifts. It seemed they would be received. The Sapa Inca, his translator said, wanted to meet them. Pizarro didn't realize that the gifts were a threat, the Inca's usual modus operandi of displaying their generosity, that, if spurned, would lead to annihilation. Each item carefully selected to send a message. So Pizarro and his men walked deeper into Atahualpa's territory, drawn into a position where the Incan army of 40,000 could envelop their little party. Pizarro and Atahualpa were about to come face to face in a meeting that would shatter an empire, not to mention cost both men their lives. Special thanks to educational tier patrons Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Blade, and Gerald Spencer Diamond.
Okay. First thing to check.
Should I also be looking at the stream?
If you want to. It might couldn't hurt, or if you want to watch the chat at least.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Hey, we're still prepping. So can you guys see us now? Wait for a delay.
So I'm going to be totally awesome and ask, where are we streaming at?
Where are we? Oh, we're streaming. Either Justin TV or Twitch TV / extra credits. That's the stuff. So can you guys see us at this point? Yeah, I'm gonna.
All right.
Does it show us? Can you see us?
Yes, the delay is disturbing.
The delay is fine. It's good. All right, we are seeing it.
All right.
Fantastic. All right, everybody. Hello. I'm Daniel. This is James, and we are doing a Q&A thing now. So our first one, so it's going to be a little rough, and I apologize that it is just a Skype chat window sort of thing that I'm showing you guys. Hang on. Skyping. Like that. But it's the best I got set up right now. The reason we're doing this is because, well, we used to like to try to answer all of our emails, but we can't answer all our emails anymore. And we still like to do mailbag episodes, but we don't come out with them often enough to answer nearly as many questions as we get. So I thought this would be a fun thing to do every now and then, just to answer some questions and such. So I have some prepared that you guys were awesome enough to send in advance. And I'm going to kind of be watching the chat here and sort of half moderating, half answering questions at the same time. So welcome. One thing I want to try here, and my setup here is still kind of experimental, so you guys can tell me what is good or not. I'm going to try turning on music, like remixes, very quietly. And you guys need to tell me if that's like how the sound balance sounds. So I'm kind of turning something on now, and you can tell me. That's too loud. But and you can tell me how that sounds. So I will watch for like 20 seconds. First, can you hear it? Second, can you it? Good. Wow. Everyone says it sounds good. First try. Look at that. All right. So. Wow. Everyone says it sounds good. First try. Oh no, I hear myself. All right. So. What was I saying? All right. Do you want to just get started, or James? Do you want to say anything, or?
I'm good. Let's just run with it.
Cool. All right. Allison might show up if she did. If I see Allison in Skype, then I'll try getting her into it. But she is working pretty hard lately, so I don't know if she'll be able to make it. Sorry, but let's just get to questions. We've waited long enough. So, first question: how did you guys begin? Did you know each other long before extra credits, or was it that you were brought together with a common goal? Like, when did Allison enter the team? Did you go looking for an artist, or did you already know her? How did it start? James, you want to start with that one?
All right. Actually, I love this story. So, how I experienced this starting was I used to talk for industry-facing publications, things like Edge, Gamma Sutra, that sort of thing. And I'd long been looking for some way to talk to a consumer because talking to you guys is actually a lot more important. And we need to sort of get out of this silo that the industry is in. And I remember I was sitting at my desk at Activision, and I got a email from some student at Savannah College of Art and Design, and it said, "Hey, I'm using one of your articles as the main part of my final project. How do you pronounce your last name?" And so I wrote him and said, "Hey, can you send it to me afterwards? I would love to see it." And a week or so later, I get this video from Dan, and it's great. I'm just floored, right? Because this is exactly what I've been looking for. This is how, this is the right way to communicate. And so I tell him, yeah, not only that, but if you want to do more of these, go use any of my articles that you find. Just have total license. And a couple days later, a couple weeks later, I was like, how about I just start writing for this? And after that, eventually we got picked up by major sites, and we had to start producing them one a week. And since Dan's full-time employed and I'm full-time employed, we were like, oh, there's no way we can do this. And so I said, well, there's exactly one person I know who can turn out this much art every week. And Allison had worked with me in a previous company. And so I contacted Allison. And she was like, yeah, I dig doing that. So that's how she got brought on board.
Yep, and I'm glad she did because, again, there's no way we could do this, probably even once a month if it were just me doing the art. So I'm amazed that she gets it done once a week. It's impressive. But things are actually working like right now, which I'm like really impressed things are working right now. So anyway, next question. So, and it's kind of closely related. Was there like a particular moment when you felt the subject matter and discussion points of the show were needed in the gaming industry? Like what made you want to turn this into a regular show thing? Or was it more driven by personal interests? And also, did you ever think the show was going to be this popular at some point?
Am I fielding that one?
I'm asking most of these. All right, I got to remember I can actually answer them too. I started it because it wasn't the show when I started it. I was just starting. Yeah, it wasn't a show when I started it. I was just starting a thing for a project so I could get a good grade for my paper and oral presentation. And then I just did it twice just because it was kind of fun and it was a unique sort of presentation. But I don't know, I just enjoyed it. And then I got in touch with James and then I decided to do more because it was still kind of fun. And it was just a fun little side project. And then James at one point came up to me, like you said, and said he wrangled a thing with The Escapist, and we could actually do this weekly, which just, I was like, I hadn't planned for or expected, but I was like, okay. And no, I didn't expect it to be popular, like, at all. Like, I thought some people will probably get into it, but I had no idea how this was going to be received. But needless to say, I'm still surprised. Like, every time we go to, like MagFest or PAX or some such thing, and there are hundreds of people in a room to see us. Like, there are that many people who watch it and thousands more. That kind of blows my mind still. So, I don't know. Did you think this show was going to be received well?
I actually have no idea. I figured we just roll the dice, right? Because it was my hope, and I mean, actually, I'm very proud that it has been. But when we put it out there, I wasn't sure whether or not people would be interested in a higher level of dialogue about games. But clearly, I mean, all you guys are, right? And I really do think that not only the stuff that we've done, but all the conversations that people have started around this has made a difference. I mean, I've seen the conversation within the industry be elevated. So it's blown me away.
Absolutely. All right, here's one from chat. Are you actually watching the chat? Hey, Dan. Yes, I'm watching the chat. And I'm going to try to do a mix of questions, both from the pre-prepared list and from the chat. I just have the list here so I don't spend like 20 seconds at a time just pausing and looking at chat and saying, where else is a good question? Like I did for that first thing I did. Anyway, let's see. James, do you ever attend any DigiPen festivals?
What you mean by festival? But I mean, I go to most of the DigiPen events. And go to most of the conferences that they hold at the school. But to be honest, I don't know how much they'll appreciate me saying this, but most days of the week, if you pop in, you can probably catch me somewhere wandering the halls of DigiPen. I hope that answers the question.
Close enough, I think. What do we think of the mega upload removal? I think it kind of sucks because it was my go-to for whenever my own website hosting was down and I had to get the episode to Penny Arcade TV like yesterday. So I just need to find a new one, but it kind of sucks.
For me, it's my conspirator way, and I totally know it, but the timing is so perfect to give all the senators who had to withdraw their support from this bill a good out, and allow them all to say that clearly SOFA is needed, and so since the current law works, of course they're going to push vote for SOFA. But that's probably my only paranoia.
Maybe so. Chat's telling me that MediaFire and Dropbox are good alternatives. So Dropbox is what we use, just kind of like between the three of us, just like passing the episode in progress around and things like that. But I may set up a specific Dropbox just for getting the stuff to Penny Arcade TV. Maybe that's a better system than Mega Upload.
FileDrop is also really good.
FileDrop. Okay. So, yeah, I'm learning things too. What attitudes or experiences made each of you want to take part in extra credits? Like talking about games as an artistic medium where it's gone wrong, where it has potential and such.
So, at least for me, I just felt like this conversation was important, right? That as an industry, we don't tend to. We've been hiding behind this idea that games are children's pastime for a long time. And yet we're a mass media. There's just no way you can argue. More people spend more time, at least in the United States, playing video games than they do watching movies or reading books, pretty much any other form of movie consumption. So at that rate, we have to start seriously thinking about this movie and what we can say with it, what we can do with it, and how it impacts society. So I guess that's what really got me fired up to try and charge up this thing every week.
And the thing that makes me keep doing it and wanted to do something like it in the first place, again, it was a project at the time, but it was me just kind of starting to have that interest. And I think a lot of everyone who really watches the show and enjoys it has as well, that kind of interest in seeing games be a little better than they are, or just playing some game that gives them a hint at like some future potential that things that games could be really good at some point. And so that's kind of what made me interested in the topic enough to write a paper and do a video about it, and then keep doing it, and then eventually like keep making videos for other people who have that same interest. So I'm glad there's so many people who have that same interest. It still surprises me. James, what game was it that first really got you interested in the idea of creating them for a living?
So I've told this story periodically. It's not really the one that got me interested in creating them for a living. It's what got me hooked on games. But when I was 5, I was living in Seattle, and which is the home of Nintendo America, amongst other things. And I remember my mom took me out and didn't tell me where we were going. But we went down to, if you guys know, the Old Kingdom, the big stadium there, and right next to it was the center house, not the center house, the exhibition hall, and it's this fairly plain looking large building next to the stadium. We walk in and it's Nintendo of America World's Fair, and I'm of course super excited. We take a lap around the thing, and they're showing all sorts of games, and we walk by all of them, and finally, sort of near the back, there's this game called Final Fantasy. I remember they crossed weapons over the city in a crystal ball, and I was like, oh, I gotta play that. And we wait in line for like 20, 30 minutes, and my mom said, I sure you don't want to try other things. Because the line was, even though it was short, it was taking forever. We didn't have this whole convention thing down at all. So no, I'm sold. I want to see this thing. So 30 minutes later, an hour in, we get up to the front of the line. By this point, there's pretty much nobody else waiting, actually. And sitting there playing it. It takes me like 45 minutes to beat Garland, right? And so, of course, I think that's the whole game, right? Like I've killed the evil lord. I've saved the princess. So I go back to the town, and they tell me, oh, we're going to open up the bridge. And I remember stopping and crossing that bridge and hearing that music swell and seeing the text roll up and that picture, which was now ridiculous, it was gorgeous for the time. And realizing there's a whole world out there for me to explore. And in that moment, that was it. I was sold. And I think that's the thing that set me on video games for the rest of my life.
I've always liked that answer. Let's see. What's up with your voice acting episode? Haven't you mentioned it like for 2 years straight? Yes, we have. And it's still in limbo. I need to email the guy again about getting some people for it. Thank you for reminding me. Let's see. Did you guys ever consider moving to Screw Attack after the incident?
Do you want me to field it?
Yes, do.
I mean, the short answer is yes, right? Like, Craig's awesome. All those guys are all.
October 27th.
I model how to share the faith through conversations with non-Catholic scholars and apologists. So far, we've had great conversations on atheism, homosexuality, abortion, Protestantism, and a host of other topics.
October 27th, 312. This is how the scribe says it happens. Constantine, who claims the West, faces battle tomorrow. His sleep is fitful, for his enemy has more men, and more importantly, has Rome. But suddenly, a symbol comes to him, the Chi-Rho, a combination of two Greek letters. And then a voice, speaking with the force of God, commands him to mark this heavenly sign on the shields of his men. The next morning, inside the walls of Rome, another emperor seeks divine guidance. Emperor Maxentius, Constantine's enemy, visits the Temple of Apollo to consult the Sibylline books of prophecy. There, he learns that an ancient oracle had predicted that, on this day, the enemy of Rome would perish. So, he orders his army to march. Two men, guided by different divine prophecies, will soon meet in battle at the Milvian Bridge. Before we continue, I've got something I'm really excited about. Longtime viewers might know that Extra History got its start way back in 2013 when the folks at Creative Assembly sponsored a series of videos on the Punic Wars to both promote their upcoming release of Total War Rome 2 and to get more folks excited about Roman history. Well, fast forward to around 7.5 years later, and we got a similar email asking if we'd like to do it again. This time with an episode celebrating the release of Total War Rome. And of course, we were thrilled. I mean, our series started with this team up, and now here they are revisiting their game that defined the series. I mean, if that's not symbolism feeling just right, I don't know what is. And because we recently did a series on the 3rd century crisis that stopped just before Constantine, we knew exactly the topic we wanted to cover. So here we are, back where we started, thanking Creative Assembly for their support, their belief that historical content is important, and for inspiring our journey with Extra History. Aw, I'm not crying, you're crying. Okay, back to it. The great Emperor Diocletian is dead, having lived long enough to see his reorganization of the... Before his death, Diocletian had broken the unwieldy empire down to 2 administrative halves, the East and the West, each governed by a senior and junior emperor, the 4 officials theoretically working in concert as a tetrarchy, or rule of 4. But when Diocletian retired, the intricate system of succession broke down. By 306 CE, there were 6 people claiming imperial positions, most fighting each other. Generals and sons of former emperors vied for control, and the rising number of Christians in the empire were deeply dissatisfied, having endured under Diocletian the worst persecutions they'd suffered to date. And in the West, it was clear that 2 candidates were headed for a collision course, Constantine and Maxentius. Constantine rules from Britain, having claimed the title of junior emperor when his father died, but only with the backing of the army. Meanwhile, Maxentius, from a noble Roman family, was furious that the Senate accepted Constantine's claim. After all, before becoming senior emperor, Constantine's father had been a rough soldier and his mother was a barmaid. How dare they? Not to be outranked, he convinced the army in Rome, dissatisfied with the city's leadership, to declare him emperor. But to keep that power, Maxentius had to make the population of Rome think he was better than his predecessors. So he decided the best course was to remake the city, which had declined in importance and was no longer the empire's center of power. Maxentius initiated a huge number of public works to bring back the city's glory, and for 6 years, he succeeded. He raised buildings stamped with his name, changing the cityscape and erecting a huge basilica above the forum. And predictably, with his interest in architecture, his military strategy relied on the walls of Rome. In fact, in those 6 years, he weathered 2 sieges from other imperial claimants. But raising monuments means raising taxes. And the more money Maxentius extracted, and the more sieges they suffered, the unhappier his subjects became, which was just fine with Constantine, who bided his time in Britain, as Maxentius diminished his forces fighting other would-be emperors. Plus, Constantine's spies said Maxentius was getting less popular by the day, meaning if Constantine just kept waiting, Rome might fall to revolt. But Constantine also understood the symbolism of active conquest. So against his advisors' counsel, he crossed the Alps with 40,000 men and invaded northern Italy, scoring a series of quick victories despite the fact that Maxentius had 100,000 troops at his call, and since Constantine treated him as emperor. Meanwhile, Maxentius demolished the center of all of the bridges across the Tiber River, hoping to trap Constantine on the other side, the first salvo in a grinding siege. But then came the night of dreams and prophecy, where Constantine heard the voice of the Christian God. Or rather, a god. See, Constantine adhered to the proto-monotheism of Sol Invictus. These dreams of light and divine voices muddled the difference between the Christian God and Sol Invictus. The symbol revealed to him, which he painted on his men's shields and later incorporated into his banner, combined the first 2 Greek letters of Christ's name. Yet it was also a general notation for good. And this all makes sense. Constantine's father had mostly opted out of Diocletian's persecutions, and his army had Christian troops. Plus, Constantine's vision and his use of this divinely granted symbol was ambiguous enough that his mixed pagan Christian troops could all get behind it. A message of certain victory, whatever you believed. Maxentius, by contrast, had his own prophecy that the enemy of Rome will perish. Goaded by this, and perhaps thinking Rome's populace would overthrow him if it came to a siege, Maxentius sallied out to meet Constantine on the open field. Both armies had been reduced in the war, with Maxentius's 25,000 men still outnumbering Constantine's 20,000. But because he'd cut all the bridges across the Tiber, Maxentius made his engineers build a new pontoon bridge near the 2 halves of the stone Milvian Bridge, its center arch broken. Then they crossed to meet Constantine in battle.
Versace.
October 28th, 312 CE. Maxentius outnumbers Constantine. He has Rome to fall back on, and his troops are fresh. But Constantine's troops are better trained, and Constantine is a cunning commander. He sees immediately that Maxentius has made a mistake. He's drawn up his line too close to the river. It begins with a cavalry engagement, 2 blocks of horsemen meeting. Spears dart and thrust, clubs swing, and eventually Maxentius's cavalry breaks. Constantine's line advances, throwing javelins and rushing into combat. Shields bash and grind, swords thrusting around their edges. Maxentius's troops are forced back step by step. Constantine's cavalry harry their flanks. Normally, they would use the ground behind them to fall back and tighten their formation, straighten their line. But this close to the river, there's simply no staging ground to do so. When their line finally breaks under the assault, there's nowhere to run, just the cold waters of the Tiber and a narrow, unsteady pontoon bridge. Maxentius calls a retreat, hoping to pull back to Rome. But he's in a mass of fleeing men. The Praetorian Guard are standing firm, trying to hold back Constantine so Maxentius can escape across the bridge. But then Constantine's horsemen drive into the Praetorians with a crutch, and they shatter as well. Maxentius hears wood under his horse's hooves. Oh, all right, he's on the bridge. But so is everybody else. There's a sound of tortured wood splintering as metal joints tear free from the timber. The bridge cracks in the center, tipping like a capsized ship. And Maxentius, who started with 100,000 soldiers, the walls of Rome, and the prophecies of the gods themselves on his side, hits the water and sinks. Constantine enters Rome the next day, greeted as a hero. A great man, favored by divine powers, who has come to liberate Rome from its enemy, Maxentius, just as the Sibylline books prophesize. They parade Maxentius's head around the city, and Constantine will not even allow his enemy's memory to survive. He orders Maxentius's name struck off everything he built, including the great basilica above the 4 previous imperial conquerors. In his victory, Constantine omits one thing. Though his procession stops at the Temple of Jupiter, he does not offer sacrifice there. It's a political dance Constantine will increasingly play, playing it fast and loose, and keeping it ambiguous whether he is at heart a worshipper of Sol Invictus or the Christian god. The next year, he will issue the Edict of Milan, granting tolerance to Christians in the empire. His propaganda about the Milvian Bridge will center around divine aid, but the triumphal arch he erects will not show the Chi-Rho or any Christian symbols, only that he was inspired by the divine. The more overtly Christian messages would come later and orally, so they could be changed as needed. For the young emperor who had witnessed Diocletian's great persecution as a boy would not only legalize Christianity, but increasingly favor it. And in doing so, the story of his vision would shift. 16 years after the battle, a scholar wrote that as they marched to fight Maxentius, Constantine's army saw the Chi-Rho written in the sky, along with the words, "In this sign, conquer." And Constantine's coins would carry the Chi-Rho, as would his banner. The sign under which, whether inspired by God or simply lured by power, he did indeed conquer at the broken back of the Milvian Bridge. And once again, thanks so much to our sponsor for this episode, War Rome Remastered. Now you can relive the legacy that defined the award-winning series, complete with 4K visuals and redesigned environments, battlefields, and character models. And then under the hood, the game features a plethora of quality of life improvements, including an overhauled diplomacy system, tactical maps during battle, and a new tutorial to help you get into the action as quickly as possible, whether this is your first time fighting for Rome or you're a seasoned commander. Actually, speaking of commanding, this remaster also includes 16 previously unplayable factions in addition to the original 22. And for the first time ever in the Total War franchise, you can enjoy cross-platform PvP multiplayer between Windows, OS X, and Linux. That's a lot of battles. Total War Rome Remastered really is the definitive way to experience the game that not only helped define a genre, but that also, once upon a time, helped begin extra history as well. Thanks again for that. A legendary thanks to Ahmed Ziad Turk, Joseph Blaine, Alicia Bramble, Kyle Murgatroyd, Casey Muscha, Oriels One, and Dominic Valenciano for all of their support.
basketball. Watch the action live on a variety of networks with YouTube TV. Try it free.
Fostering Hay Castle, October 15, 1586. It's the second day of Mary Queen of Scots' treason trial. She stands accused of plotting the assassination of Queen Elizabeth I. For decades, Mary has been at the center of dozens of plots against Elizabeth, the Protestant queen. And all that time, Elizabeth's advisors have been calling for Mary's execution because Mary's royal lineage and her Catholic faith make her an ideal replacement for Elizabeth in the eyes of domestic and foreign enemies. But Elizabeth still resists. She worries an execution will make her look mad, incite domestic unrest, or lead to a foreign invasion. Thus, the most difficult part of Mary's trial isn't convincing the jury, the public, or even foreign onlookers to find Mary guilty. It will be convincing Elizabeth to sign Mary's death warrant. Luckily for Elizabeth's advisors, however, Mary's trial was based on evidence from one of the Queen's closest associates, a man whose professional life has built to this exact moment. After years running double agents, deciphering encoded messages, and extracting confessions, his most impressive covert operation to a close. There tends to be a close association in people's minds between England and espionage. This usually relates to modern history and pop culture, whether we're talking about Bletchley Park, James Bond, or spies coming in from the with espionage and intelligence work goes back much farther than most people realize. Indeed, we see mention of perfidious Albion as early as the 13th century. But it was England's first spy master, Sir Francis Walsingham, who solidified the association of Britain with spies. Born in 1532 to a landed Protestant family, his early life was steeped in fear of religious persecution, an environment almost ideally crafted to teach him the basics of intelligence work, from evading authorities to keeping his mouth firmly shut. Walsingham grew up in the midst of the English Reformation, when the English crown and church broke away from Rome. What followed was a period of incredible political and cultural turmoil as the Church of England and Henry VIII upended centuries of within the span of a dozen years. After Henry's reign, England was a fledgling Protestant state. But not only was England surrounded by stronger Catholic kingdoms, it was also rife with internal divisions between the recently ascended Protestants and the remaining Catholics, who were eager to restore the status quo by whatever means necessary. And Walsingham's suspicious nature and commitment to secrecy were formed during this time. Because growing up as a well-educated Protestant connected to the English court, he understood better than most the foreign and domestic threats to England's Reformation. With Henry's death and the ascension of the Catholic Mary Tudor to the throne in 1553, Walsingham spent the next 5 years in exile in Italy to avoid Mary's anti-Protestant purges back home. Then when Mary died and her half-sister, the Protestant Elizabeth, took the throne, Walsingham returned to England and worked with her advisors to interrogate members of a Catholic conspiracy. His service won him an appointment as ambassador to Catholic France in 1572. Where he also sheltered English and French Protestants in his Paris home during the anti-Protestant purge known as the Bartholomew's Day Massacre. Walsingham's experience taught him that the Reformation's enemies had more money, more soldiers, and more allies. So if Protestant England were ever going to survive, he knew it would have to be smarter and more ruthless. So he focused efforts on information gathering, starting during his exile in Italy and continuing through his appointment as the Queen's principal secretary in 1573. Walsingham recruited a network of informants and spies to feed him information on plots against England and Elizabeth. This led Walsingham to become synonymous with paranoia and Machiavellian cunning. But these characteristics emerged only after he spent decades as a Protestant un-Catholic monarch, living in terror of imminent destruction. Then, in 1583, one of Walsingham's spies revealed a plot centered on Francis Throckmorton, who was working with a group of English Catholics to free Mary Stuart, also known as Mary Queen of Scots, and coordinate an invasion of England by Spanish and French troops. This conspiracy confirmed that the Queen of Scots remained a serious threat, even though she'd been in prison for over a decade. Walsingham needed to remove Mary from the board, but had to be careful. The spy master knew he needed to catch Mary committing a treasonous act, otherwise Elizabeth would never say yes to her execution, and England's enemies would assume Mary's death was all about religion rather than politics. In other words, Walsingham needed a smoking gun, and he would find one on the inside of a beer barrel. Chartley Hall, Staffordshire, January 6, 1586. Mary, Queen of Scots, sits alone in her room, slowly going mad. She spent the last 18 years imprisoned in one castle after another. She's losing her hair, suffering terribly from arthritis, able to communicate with the outside world for over a year. She's hidden all time. But suddenly, there's a knock on the door. Her servant enters the room and reveals worth of correspondence. But how could this be? Smuggled to her by a Catholic supporter named inside of a waterproof leather packet tucked inside the hollow bung of a beer barrel delivered to Charlie Hall. And these letters are clearly real, as she recognizes the handwriting. To Mary, the letters appear to be a cherished lifeline to the outside world, but in actuality, giving her the letters is part of an intricate mousetrap designed by Francis Walsingham to accomplish one goal: kill the Queen of Scots. Unbeknownst to Mary and her friends, Gifford is actually a double agent working for Walsingham, who has taken these real letters and set up a channel of communication as bait. The spy master wanted Mary to confidently communicate to the outside world and hoped the former Scottish queen would become involved with a new plot against Elizabeth and implicate herself in the scheme. Throughout the spring of 1586, Walsingham reads every single line of Mary's beer barrel correspondence. But in order to maintain the ruse, he employs a team of counterfeiters to carefully open, transcribe, and then reseal each letter so that it appears unmolested before sending it to its final destination. Moreover, because many of Mary's letters were coded, Walsingham hired a cipher secretary named Thomas Phillips, who employed his talents as a linguist to break the substitution cipher used by Mary and her supporters. With his web in place, and in midsummer 1586, one arrived in the beer barrel. Anthony Babington, an English gentleman and secret Catholic, wrote a coded message on July 6th, outlining a plan to free the Queen of Scots, kill Queen Elizabeth, and raise an army to assist an invasion of French and Spanish forces. Though Babington used a combination of code words and a substitution cipher to obscure his message, Thomas Phillips took care of that. And upon reading the decoded message, Walsingham now had all he needed to round up Babington and his accomplices. But he wanted Mary. So he stuffed the message back in the barrel and sent it on its way to the imprisoned former queen. Then, on July 17th, the Queen of Scots sent an encoded reply from her prison cell to Babington, which acknowledged the plot and gave her support. Smoking gun achievement unlocked. By October, Babington and his conspirators had been hanged, drawn, and quartered, while Mary stood trial. There, Mary accused Walsingham and his associates of concocting the whole plot using forged letters to entrap her, to which then Walsingham, both a member of the jury and a prosecutor, rose in response and stated, "I have done nothing undeceiving and honest man. I confess that being very careful for the safety of the Queen and the realm, I have curiously searched out all the practices against the same." Mary was convicted on October 25th and was finally and painfully beheaded with 3 axe blows on February 8, 1587. After thwarting the Babington plot, Walsingham and his spy network solidified themselves as being instrumental in providing intelligence for the defense of England during the Armada. And though Walsingham's health quickly deteriorated, dying in the spring of 1590, his methods would endure. His spy network, double-cross tactics, and crypto-analysis systems served as a model for generations of intelligence organizations, from the cabinet noirs of the early modern period, all the way down to MI5 and the CIA. And despite the secrecy with which Walsingham often worked, contemporaries had some notion of his importance. In fact, shortly after his death, a Spanish spy in London wrote King Philip of Spain, saying the news of the secretary's death caused great sorrow to the city. And when he received the letter, Philip wrote in the margin, "There, yes, but it is good news here. For if you were a spy master and a sworn enemy expressed relief over your death, there could be no greater compliment." Legendary patron roll call. Ahmed Ziad, Kirk, Alicia Bramble, Casey Houston, Dominic Valenciana, Gunnar Clovis, Kyle Murgatroyd, and O'Reil's One. Thank you so much. Gévaudan, southeastern France, October 1764. In the mountainous countryside, where farmhouses lie miles apart and ravines swallow the a killer lurks. Those who have seen it claim it is a great beast, like a wolf, but much larger. Others say it can run on water and jump 10-foot walls. And attack survivors claim it has shining eyes, it can speak like a man, and it walks on hind legs that end in hooves. Though survivors might disagree on exactly what it looks like, everyone knows how the beast kills. It ambushes shepherds and drovers as they take the animals out to pasture, preying selectively on women and youths. In September, it killed one 36-year-old woman at her front door. And this month, a woman was found decapitated. It took a week to find her head. And this is only the beginning, for the beast of Gévaudan will keep killing, no matter what hunters, the army, and even the king himself do to try and stop it. Thanks so much to NordVPN for sponsoring today's historical horror story. To take control of your internet security, save 68% off a 2-year plan and get 1 month free. Use code EXTRACREDITS at nordvpn.com/extracredits. In the summer of 1764, the rural province of Gévaudan began battling a monster. In an escalating series of incidents, an unknown animals attacked over 300 local peasants, killing over 100 of them and spurring mass panic. Yet at first, no one noticed the pattern. Wolf attacks were not uncommon in rural France. In fact, some historians estimate there were hundreds of deaths a year due to this, including occasional outbreaks of attacks that might kill 10 or 20 people before dying away again. So when the bodies of 2 teenage shepherdesses and 1 shepherd were found mutilated in the fields that summer, the locals simply dismissed it as part of the harsh landscape of peasant life. But then it kept happening, and not just to the child and teenage livestock handlers, but also to adult women. And the ferocity of these injuries was stunning. The animal attacked the head and throat, on occasion so viciously that it decapitated its victims. At times, it even carried off small children in its jaws, snatching them as their mothers worked in the garden. And because firearms were rare, most peasants could only defend themselves with farming tools. But even so, farmers organized wolf hunts, armed with shovels and pickaxes. However, the more contact the locals had with wolves, the more the stories grew. They said it was impervious to bullets, that it had a head like a greyhound and 6 claws on each foot, that it was a werewolf or witch. A local priest even claimed it was God's punishment for losing the 7 Years' War to Protestant England. But one problem permeated all of these theories. The culprit of these attacks was not many wolves, the populace increasingly agreed. It was one great beast, the beast. A local official, Etienne, recommended that women and children only go to their fields in the company of armed men, but his advice was impractical. Gévaudan was still a feudal agrarian economy, and at the best of times, farmers barely made enough to pay their landlords and sustain themselves, meaning that the older men had to handle the crops, while the women and children had to take the stock to pasture themselves. Accelerated. 8 attacks in 8 days with 4 fatalities. 2 of the victims were decapitated, and some completely shredded. So Lafont called in the army. Captain Jean-Baptiste Duhamel was a veteran of the 7 Years' War, and like the nation of France itself, was struggling to dispel the feeling of dishonor brought on by defeat. So in November of 1764, he descended on the province with a company of dragoons, patrolling and organizing hunts. He collected descriptions and used maps to determine the best way to patrol for the beast. Worry not, was his message. The army is here. Yet for 3 months, Duhamel's troops simply couldn't catch the creature. Once, he even had the beast in his sights, but his soldiers spooked it before he could fire. So, in February of 1765, he organized a hunt with a new tactic. 20,000 peasants, some too malnourished to stand after leaving their crops unharvested, came to assist to beat the brush and drive the beast towards his men. But the beast slipped across a river, escaping through a gap in the screen that one village had neglected to guard. The villagers claimed dubiously that they had been at their posts, but the beast just shrugged off their bullets. As the months stretched and Duhamel's embarrassment grew, he himself began promoting stories of the beast's enormous size and seemingly supernatural powers. It was a handy excuse for failure. And that's when the press started to take notice. Barred from reporting on politics, the French press often fixated on stories of violence in the provinces. The gorier the better. This story was perfect. French heroes hunting a monster, and children being torn apart. Newspapers in Paris published exhaustive articles and gory illustrations said to be of the beast.
Also, naturalists in Paris, exercising an interest in taxonomy and classification, tried to unwind the mystery based on descriptions. Many claimed the beast was a hyena, escaped from a noble's menagerie. Others said it was a bizarre hybrid between a lion and leopard, or a dog-wolf hybrid. Even King Louis XV took notice, particularly after a young boy, Jacques Portefeuille, attacked the beast with a net when it tried to carry off his friend. The king gave Portefeuille a reward and sent him to school at the crown's expense. Then later, another peasant hero, a pregnant mother named Jean Varlet, one famed for battling the beast barehanded, then stabbing it with a lance as it tried to drag away her 6-year-old son. Duhamel, meanwhile, was becoming more desperate. He left out poisoned meat, began using bodies of victims as bait, and even planned to dress up his dragoons as women to invite an attack. He craved the glory of killing the beast. Meanwhile, the news went international. Newspapers in London and Boston kept pace with stories, and one satirical article in Britain claimed that the beast had swallowed the whole French army and mocked France's failure to kill it. At this point, the king decided to get directly involved and dispatched a pair of famous wolf hunters to Normandy, whose tactics of poisoning victims' bodies and laying them out as bait got them run out of town. Next came King Louis's personal gun-bearer and master of the hunt, Francois Antoine, along with a party of huntsmen and King Louis's own wolf-hunting dogs. In contrast to the wolf hunters, he and his team treated the villagers with respect and partnered with them. And also, unlike the previous hunters, he found the beast. September 20th, 1765. There had been a wolf sighted here yesterday, big, with a female and pups. Francois Antoine waits for the hunting party to beat the animal out of the woods, his musket quadruple loaded with powder, a single ball, and shot. After what feels like an eternity, he sees the wolf emerge. It's so big, he briefly mistakes it for a donkey. He shoulders his musket, aims. The beast notices the movement and turns its head. He fires, staggering at the blast, but felling the creature with a hit to the eye. Collecting himself, he steps forward to inspect his kill, to see this monster up close. The beast rears, stumbling and lunging toward him, going into a full charge. He can't reload in time, and just as Antoine seemingly accepts his fate, his companion fires a second shot. Upon impact, the creature slows, still walking towards him, then collapses. The beast of Gévaudan is dead. Francois Antoine had the creature's skin mounted and brought it to court, returning in triumph, but the reception was lukewarm. Because it was just a wolf. I mean, a big wolf, for sure, but everyone did expect a hyena or a lion or some sort of monster. Still, King Louis was happy to bring this increasingly embarrassing episode to. He gave Antoine a purse of money, along with the title, and declared the whole thing over. Except it wasn't. 2 months later, the killings resumed. Was there more than one beast? Had a pup escaped? Or was Antoine's wolf simply not the right one? The crown offered no more support, because according to the official line, the beast was dead. But the terror stretched on for another year and a half, only stopping when a local woodsman, Jean Chastel, shot a wolf as it emerged from a thicket during a hunt. Attack survivors claimed that this, not the earlier beast, was the true culprit. Local doctors made extreme claims about its anatomy and developed folklore, claiming Chastel had shot it with a silver bullet. Stories also say Chastel tried to bring the corpse to Louis, but by the time they arrived, it had rotted and stank. So the king callously ordered it buried. But this kind of made sense. It was a subversion of the official narrative, promoting a local hero over the outsider Antoine, who represented a government that had abandoned them even as more people died in the fields. But regardless, the killings were finally over. So, what exactly was the beast? The most likely explanation is there was no single beast. Gévaudan was just overpopulated with wolves. In fact, rashes of wolf attacks, with 20 deaths at a time, happened almost every decade in France. They've even caused smaller panics in the past, but ones that went unnoticed by the press in Paris, which in an odd roundabout way proves that the beast was more than just wolves. It was the creation of rural folklore and the urban press, religious panic and Enlightenment thought, and peasant fear and misery taken up as a hobby by the elite. In other words, the wolves did the killing, but we made the monster. Happy Halloween, everyone. We're bringing big. It's bigger. It's easier. The Big New Yorker for Pizza Hut. Big pizza, bigger deal. No hurry, heavy hungry.
New Max cushioning Skechers slip-ins are incredible. You just step in and go. But do they stay on like regular sneakers? Let's find out. Gotcha, girl. Yep.
Boston, 1770. A frigid winter night. Sounds of a fight echo on King Street. A British sentry strikes a local citizen, and other citizens begin to gather. Reinforcements arrive to back up the young sentry. Then, someone rings the fire bell, drawing more people out to the streets. The crowd shouts insults. They throw snowballs and sharp hunks of ice. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the soldiers fix bayonets. Their breath mists the air. Everything is chaos, noise, and flying ice. Then, out of the darkness comes a shout. Fire! In the 17th century, England sent out ships to colonize America, but they weren't the only ones. Dutch, Swedish, and French also made claims on the continent. And in the 18th century, England fought a series of costly wars to protect their overseas conquests. But defending all those colonies and colonists cost money, a lot of money. So in a bid to balance the books, British leadership decided that the colonists should help pay the cost of their defense. The American colonists were not pleased. And though each of the 13 colonies had different lifestyles and customs, their leading inhabitants all began to unite in their displeasure at their faraway government. Then in 1765, the government imposed a Stamp Act, requiring colonial paper goods to be printed on sheets made in London and marked with a special stamp. This included things like newspapers, playing cards, and legal documents. In other words, it hit the most influential people in American society: newspaper owners, lawyers, tavern keepers, and merchants. In addition, Parliament had bypassed colonial legal systems and directly levied many taxes on the colonists. This arguably violated the 1689 English Bill of Rights, which stated that levying taxes without the assent of Parliament was illegal. And though parliamentary representation for the colonies had been discussed, no one had ever worked out a plan that satisfied both the colonists and Parliament. As a result, cries of "no taxation without representation" rang through the colonies. There was little real agreement, but many colonists found common ground in resisting the idea that Americans should pay for a war that Britain had fought for its own benefit. The government, on the other hand, saw the colonists as spoiled. They had lower taxes than most Englishmen at home, and the 7 Years' War had been fought. So Parliament ignored the protests, passed more taxes, sent troops to protect its officials, and enforced the new laws, forcing the colonists to pay for housing and feeding them. Soon, resentment boiled between the colonists and soldiers, and in late February, a mob gathered outside a customs official's house and began throwing stones through his windows. The official fired a pistol at the crowd and fatally wounded an 11-year-old boy. 2,000 people attended the funeral. Then, on March 2nd, 1770, a group of British soldiers passed some local workers. The soldiers had been there several months, and after the mass funeral, tensions are at a peak. One of the workers insults a soldier, who responds by striking him with his musket. A fight breaks out, quickly spiraling into a riot, as many more workers and soldiers pile in. Outnumbered, the soldiers retreat to jeers. It's a prelude. 3 days later, a wigmaker's apprentice taunts a British officer. A private standing outside of the customs house calls out that the apprentice should be more respectful. They exchange insults. The apprentice pokes the officer in the chest, and the private loses his patience and clubs the apprentice with his musket stock. The blow draws a crowd, and the situation deteriorates. Someone rings the church bell, signaling fire. Civilians, confused, pour into the streets. 50 Bostonians, led by Crispus Attucks, a free man of African and Native American heritage, press around the private. He retreats to the steps of the customs house, calling for help. 7 soldiers, led by Captain Thomas Preston, come to his aid. They push their way through the crowd and form a semicircle on the steps, muskets loaded and bayonets fixed. They're surrounded by several hundred people, some armed with rope makers' clubs. The crowd throws snowballs, ice, and razor-sharp oyster shells. They chant, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" A merchant, Richard Palmer, asks Preston if he intends to order his men to shoot. Preston replies that he will not. After all, would he order them to shoot while he's standing in the front, in the line of fire? Just then, from the darkness behind the soldiers, someone shouts, "Fire!"
At that same moment, something strikes one of the soldiers, knocking him down. When he rises, he fires. The others fire a ragged volley, one at a time. Preston shouts for them to halt. The soldiers comply, confused. Hadn't he given the order? With dawning horror, they realize what's happened. 3 civilians, including addicts, lay dead in the snow. 2 more will die that night. The injured cluster around the customs house steps. The crowd surges away, but continues to gather in nearby streets. Reinforcements arrive along with the governor. Enraged citizens force him inside the State House, and from the balcony, he promises that if they disperse, there will be a proper inquiry and trial. Appeased, the crowd begins to break up. The next morning, Captain Preston and 8 other soldiers are arrested. Despite the tragedy, they insist that what transpired was not a willful act of murder. They'd been outnumbered, threatened, and assaulted for hours. But public opinion didn't care. In the weeks following, British loyalists and Boston radicals fought a propaganda war. Paul Revere published an engraving showing the soldiers firing a coordinated volley into a peaceful, unarmed crowd. Both sides told vastly different stories of what took place. Loyalists insisted the citizens were to blame for refusing to follow British laws, and radicals insisted the massacre was intentional, unprovoked attack designed to quell the spirit of liberty. Clashes continued between the citizens of Boston and British troops, and eventually the British withdrew the entire 29th Regiment from Boston in order to keep the peace. The governor postponed the trial until things calmed down, and in that lull, Boston had to decide, what would they do with the soldiers? What could justice look like? And who would possibly take their case? They found their salvation in John Adams. Although an outspoken opponent of the Stamp Act, Adams was also dedicated to impartial enforcement of the law and presumption of innocence for the accused. Adams seemed perfect. His public opposition of the taxes meant no one could accuse him of being a rabid loyalist, but his dedication to legal impartiality meant he might be willing to take the case, though it wasn't really an appealing deal for him. Taking the case would not only make him unpopular, it would also risk his legal practice. But Adams believed every deserved a defense, so he agreed to head the defense team. The day of the trial, Preston and his soldiers stand in a courtroom packed floor to ceiling. Adams encourages the jury to look beyond their prejudice and recognize that these men, outnumbered by an angry mob, had a right to self-defense. If he could prove that they'd been provoked, then they were guilty of manslaughter, not murder. The first witness takes the stand. Adams gets him to admit that he had carried a sword that night, planning to decapitate the soldiers. Other witnesses testify about the violent provocations the soldiers endured. A prosecution witness claims he saw Preston give an order to fire while standing behind his men. But Adams produces testimony from a witness who had had his hand on Preston's shoulder when the shooting started. That witness swears Preston never gave an order and was standing in front of the soldiers. 2 more witnesses swear the shout of "fire" did not come from Preston. Testimony is over. Time for closing remarks. Adams shoves papers, takes a deep breath, and addresses the jury. I will enlarge no more on the evidence, he says, but submit it to you, gentlemen. Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, nor is the law less stable than the fact. If an assault was made to endanger their lives, the law is clear. They had right to kill in their own defense. Adams had made a persuasive case, but was it enough to overcome the anger, however justified, of his fellow colonists? The jury deliberates for 2.5 hours. At stake is not only the soldiers' lives, but Adams' reputation. Finally, they deliver their verdict. Not guilty. Captain Preston and 6 of his soldiers would be acquitted. 2 were convicted of manslaughter, not murder, and branded on the thumb with an M. If they broke the law again, the mark would ensure a harsher sentence. The revolution was still years away, but the Boston Massacre had helped turn colonial sentiment against King George III, the government's tax policy, and the British Army. In the wake of the trial, Adams' legal business took a major hit, but his involvement in the case and his newfound reputation of impartiality, along with his skills as an orator, made him an appealing voice in revolutionary circles. After all, if even a fair-minded man like Adams believed in the revolution, surely it wasn't so radical. Adams went on to be a delegate at the Colonial Congress and helped draft the Declaration of Independence. During the war, he served as a diplomat, helping gain naval support from France and negotiating the eventual peace treaty with Britain. And in the 1780s, while minister to Great Britain, he noticed a familiar face on the streets of London, Captain Thomas Preston. These two men, passing on the street, had helped ignite a revolution. Two men, now from different nations, linked by one event, the Boston Massacre. Pennsylvania, 1891. A group of Union veterans converged to bury one of their own, Thomas Sylvanus. Sylvanus fought at the battles of Mine Run, the Wilderness, and Spotsylvania. He was in the color guard when the 81st Pennsylvania charged the breastworks at Cold Harbor. And when the rest of his detail fell, he took the national colors from the hands of a wounded man and carried them the rest of the day. Captured during the siege of Petersburg, he survived starvation and abuse in Andersonville prison, then returned to Pennsylvania after the war to marry and make a home. He became naturalized, voted, and drew his pension like any other old soldier. But the name on his gravestone was an adopted title to match his adopted land. In his home country, Thomas Sylvanus was known as Ah Yi Wei, born in Hong Kong on the 4th of July, 1845. When we think of soldiers serving in the U.S. Civil War, we usually conjure up a certain image, one instilled by documentaries, novels, and films. The troops we picture are largely white, or in the case of the U.S. colored troops, black. Or on occasion, sometimes we highlight the service of recent European immigrants who came fleeing the instability that followed from the Irish potato famine or revolutions of 1848. But there were also others serving in the armies of the United States and the rebel Confederacy. People that the wider public is only beginning to learn about and whose incredible stories historians are beginning to bring to light. And that's important because in looking at these stories, we get a better picture of America at the time of the Civil War. So today, we're going to do just that. Because while troops like Thomas Sylvanus were rare, they were not unheard of. Research has started to uncover more veterans from Asia and the Pacific Islands, many of which had escaped earlier historical accounts because they enlisted under English names. In fact, the National Park Service has begun keeping a list to try to collate and verify their service records. And as of this episode, it has over 300 names. Looking at the U.S. Navy enlistment rolls, you'll see men with birthplaces in Bombay, Shanghai, Java, Singapore, Lahore, Manila, Samoa, and Tahiti. Men whose naval captains either hired in foreign ports or lured them away from the whaling industry. But sadly, we know little about these men except for their dates of enlistment and discharge. Those who fought in the infantry, by contrast, gained a certain amount of media attention. Two Chinese infantrymen, Joseph Pierce and John Tomney, fought at Gettysburg. Pierce survived, but Tomney, renowned in his unit for humor and personal bravery, died in the peach orchard when cannon shot severed both of his legs. His obituary ran in the New York Times. A few Asians served in the Confederacy as well. A group of Filipinos living near New Orleans enlisted in a Louisiana regiment. And before the war, Chang and Ang Bunker, the original Siamese twins, who hailed from present-day Thailand, retired from show business and bought a plantation in North Carolina. When the South seceded, each had a son join a cavalry regiment. But of all the Pacific nations, the Kingdom of Hawaii sent the most men into combat. Though officially neutral, Hawaii's links with New England whalers and missionaries made it a hotbed for abolitionism. In mock presidential elections, Lincoln polled better in Honolulu than in the U.S. And when one Southern-born resident dared to fly a Confederate flag, her neighbors tore it down. Over 100 Hawaiians and Hawaiian-born Americans served in the U.S. Army and Navy during the war, signing up for adventure, money, or to battle slavery. The highest ranking was General Samuel Armstrong, the Hawaiian-born son of New England missionaries who rose to command an African-American regiment. And he was shocked to run into Native Hawaiian soldiers serving as privates with the U.S. colored troops. One soldier had links to the royal family, and some of these men stayed in the Army even after the war, joining the infamous African-American Buffalo Soldiers. But there were others who fought closer to home. March 28, 1862, Glorieta Pass, New Mexico Territory. Two men look down from the top of the mesa, hearing gunfire in the distance. One is the commander of a Colorado unit, but he's been brought here by Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Chavez, whose largely Mexican-American outfit, the 2nd New Mexico Volunteers, know this area well. Many of their families have lived in the area since the 1600s, when the Spanish established missions there. In fact, they'd lived in Mexico where slavery was illegal, until the border moved south after the Mexican-American War. Now they were Americans fighting for the Union. But they know that some of the enemy below them are Mexican-Americans as well. Those who had chosen the other side due to differing beliefs, economic ties to the South, or anger at the U.S. government over the Mexican-American War. Chavez sees 200 Confederates guarding a baggage train. Texans who've invaded the New Mexico Territory, hoping to seize Union gold mines in Colorado. If that succeeds, they can link Texas with Confederate sympathizers in Southern California, gaining Pacific ports to break the Union's naval blockade. Chavez doesn't know it, but the Union has already lost this battle, like it has with the last several. With resources stripped for the war in the East, it seems like the U.S. troops can do nothing to stop this Confederate drive across the Southwest, unless they act. The mesa is steep, so they find anything they can tie together. Ropes, lariats, saddle harnesses to descend the cliff. Under a rain of shot, the Union soldiers rope down the steep mesa and form ranks. And once they advance, it's all over. The Confederate baggage train guards scatter, and the main Confederate force, celebrating victory, will return to find their supplies looted and burned, pack mules killed or scattered. And they will have no choice but to walk back to El Paso in the hungry grip of winter. This Mexican-American militia has just broken the Confederate invasion of the Southwest. But Hispanic troops served in more areas than just the Southwest. Up to 20,000 of them served as everything from naval officers to blockade runners, spies to engineers. In fact, when the Confederacy fired on Fort Sumter, it was a Cuban officer, Colonel Ambrosio Jose Gonzalez, who handled much of the artillery. And in the final clash of the war, conducted after the Confederate government had already fallen, Hispanic Texans served on both sides. When Union sappers blazed a crater in Confederate defenses during the siege of Petersburg, it was the half-Argentinian mining engineer Henry Pleasants who proposed and managed the operation. At Gettysburg, when Pickett's charge smashed into the Union lines at Cemetery Ridge, a color bearer named Joseph de Castro rushed forward into enemy, battling an enemy color bearer hand to hand. Knocking the man down with his flagpole, he snatched the enemy flag and ran both standards through the swirl of combat, delivering the captured colors to his colonel. For his actions, he became the first Hispanic American to receive the Medal of Honor. In the Navy, 2 Hispanic seamen received the award, one for defending the Union blockade, and the other, a Chilean dispatch runner who was one of only 6 men to breach Confederate defenses during an assault on Fort Fisher. Many men serving in the North were immigrants, recently arrived to the U.S., but many Hispanic families who fought on the Confederate side actually predated the Revolution. Hispanic plantation owners living in Florida and Louisiana had settled during the Spanish colonial days, inheriting that empire's own complicated history with slavery. And due to their social status, they often served as officers. But there were people who had been in the United States even longer, who faced a wrenching choice. Nearly 29,000 Native Americans served in the war, fighting on both sides. They were scouts, frontier raiders, sharpshooters, harbor pilots, and crack cavalry. And others served no side, clashing with U.S. Army troops and settlers who abused them and violated agreements. Some tribes that sided with the Confederacy were slaveholders who wanted to maintain their way of life, while others who did the same were disillusioned with the U.S. government due to decades of broken treaties. They pledged military aid to the Confederacy in exchange for a better deal. In fact, this tragic choice of which side to fight for divided the Cherokee Nation, with its principal chief John Ross supporting the Union until ousted and replaced by Stand Watie, who led the nation to war for the Confederacy. It became, in effect, a civil war within a civil war. But that's a story that deserves its whole own episode. Until then, I'll leave you with this. When Lee and Grant met for the surrender at Appomattox, Lee noticed that the man who drafted the surrender terms was Grant's secretary, the Seneca chief and lieutenant colonel, Eli Samuel Parker. "I'm glad to see one real American here," Lee quipped. Parker responded, "We're all Americans." Outpost 20, Argonne Forest, 0200 hours, May 14th, 1918. Stand alert at the outpost. Though American, they wear French helmets and belts over their U.S. Army uniforms and carry French rifles. A bullet whizzes by. German snipers. They're under attack. They hunker down in their dugout and line up grenades. Suddenly, a noise. Someone's cutting through the gate. Roberts decides to run for help, but falls wounded. And he makes his way back to Johnson to help him chuck grenades at the enemy. Both run out. Switching to his rifle, Johnson holds fast against the determined German assault, but he runs out of bullets. And in the confusion, he mistakenly loads an American magazine into his French rifle, jamming it. As German soldiers storm into their position, Johnson resorts to swinging the gun like a club until he takes a blow to the head. Fighting to stay conscious, he sees 3 enemies grabbing Roberts. Johnson draws a bolo knife and prepares for his final stand. Descends into a berserker rage. Ignoring gunshots to his face and hands, he attacks the German squad with such a fury that they flee. And when reinforcements arrive, they find 4 dead enemies and evidence Johnson wounded 10 more. He will be promoted to sergeant, receive an award from the French, earn the nickname Black Death, and become the most legendary member of the Harlem Hellfighters. As we continue to educate ourselves on Black history in America, we urge you to join us in supporting highly important charities, such as this week's organization, Black Veterans for Social Justice, which service vets, their family members, and their communities. Learn more and donate via the link below. 3 years into World War I, the United States joined the conflict after Germany sank a number of her merchant ships. And despite their poor treatment under Reconstruction and Jim Crow, many of the nation's African-American men eagerly enlisted. They saw the war as an opportunity to prove their worth and challenge stereotypes. Initially, turned away. But then the Secretary of War initiated a draft that included all able-bodied men between the ages of 21 and 30, including Black men. But members of the African-American community, including veterans of the Spanish-American War, had actively lobbied state governments to form African-American National Guard units. The white politicians had no interest in supporting the notion until the governor of New York approved the idea and appointed white veteran Colonel William Hayward to organize the recruitment. The men assigned to this new regiment, the 15th Infantry, many of them from Harlem, New York, reported for service July 25th, 1917 at New York's Camp Whitman. They initially stood at over 2,000 mostly Black and Puerto Rican recruits, with nearly another 2,000 on their way, thanks in part to the draft. But as their numbers grew, training proved difficult due to lack of space. But then they received both good and bad news. The good news, the Army found a suitable training camp. The bad news, it was Camp Wadsworth in Spartanburg, South Carolina. The local reception was predictably racist. Before they'd even arrived, the Spartanburg Chamber of Commerce issued a letter claiming the most tragic consequences would follow the introduction of the New York Negro with his northern ideas into the community life of Spartanburg. Would be met with violence. And while that turned out to be plenty of Spartanburg's businesses refused to serve the Black soldiers, which prompted Camp Wadsworth's white soldiers to boycott those establishments in solidarity. Meanwhile, in the heart of the war, the French were under pressure and low on men. They called on the United States for reinforcements. So under the command of General John J. Pershing, an entire U.S. brigade that included the 15th was shipped to France as an autonomous unit. For the beleaguered men of the 15th, even the trip was rife with difficulties. It took them several tries to even make it out of American waters after a mechanical breakdown, an onboard fire, and a collision during a blizzard forced multiple returns to port. But finally, on the 27th of December, the men of the 15th arrived in France, only relegated to digging and other backbreaking labor. Despite the fact that Pershing was supposedly an advocate for Black soldiers, he was stuck in a racism sandwich. On one side, many of his white soldiers refused to fight alongside Blacks, and on the other, many high-ranking government officials advised it might be bad for his career if he integrated his troops. And this might be why, after a few months, he decided to loan his Black regiment to the 16th Division of the French Army. Redesignated the 369th Infantry in May of 1918, these men would finally get their chance to fight. And after 2 months in the trenches, they were reassigned as part of an Allied counterattack. For the most part, the French seemed grateful for the reinforcements. And in what must have been a nice change of pace for the men of the 369th, Their race was not treated as a negative, partially due to the French having a long history of men of color serving in their ranks, from the Revolutionary General Thomas Alexandre Dumas to many colonial soldiers from Morocco and Senegal. Then in September, the 369th Infantry forged their legacy. In a fierce battle, they captured the town of Sechon, with one of the white American officers, Lieutenant George S. Robbs, taking charge of his platoon after their superior officers were killed. And as he and his men doggedly took out snipers and machine gun nests, Robb himself refused to leave the field, despite multiple combat wounds. Holding Sechon gave the Allies a strategic advantage, but the 369th had done almost too good of a job, as they outpaced the French troops that were supposed to flank them. But by the time they received the order to pull back, they had already stormed 14 kilometers through heavy German opposition. It was a victory that cost them 851 men. The U.S. awarded Lieutenant Robb the Medal of Honor for his actions, while the black men who fought at Robb's side would receive no such official commendations. But they had earned a host of unofficial titles, from the Black Rattlers, due to their rattlesnake insignia, to their French nickname, the Men of Bronze, and also the moniker that frightened Germans had started calling them, Hellfighters. And that one stuck. The Harlem Hellfighters. Even with the late start, the Hellfighters spent 191 days in combat, more than any other U.S. regiment. And though they suffered casualties, they never lost a foot of ground, and none were ever captured alive. Some 40 of them, when they weren't fighting, even served as morale boosters by being part of the regiment's Hellfighters Band. Led by the legendary composer James Reese Europe, the band is said to have played for the wounded, as well as military and civilian audiences. And it's also credited to have introduced jazz to the French and British. Not only did a man named Europe forever change music in Europe, he also paved the way to international acclaim for the likes of Duke Ellington and Louis Armstrong. These brave men, the French did the opposite. After Jot, French command awarded 171 Hellfighters the Croix de Guerre for their actions, and a Harlem Hellfighters monument stands in Sechelt to this day. Not to mention the same award had already been bestowed on Henry Johnson and Needham Roberts for their brave stand in the Argonne Forest 5 months prior. But sadly, those honors meant little when the Hellfighters returned to the U.S. In February of 1919, they returned to New York, only to find that they wouldn't be allowed to march in the victory parade with the white troops. Thankfully, Colonel Hayward was able to arrange a separate parade that started on Fifth Avenue and ended in the heart of Harlem. There, thousands of well-wishers and families greeted the Hellfighters with cheers as the Hellfighters Band led the way. Henry Johnson also enjoyed some notoriety, but once the war was over, the Army cut him loose. The fact was, most veterans from segregated regiments never received their promised benefits or even any medals. And despite 21 combat injuries, Johnson did not receive the Purple Heart. And he never fully recovered from the physical and mental damage he'd sustained defending Outpost 20. His marriage in tatters, and physically unable to hold down a job, he died penniless in 1929 at the age of 36. He was buried in Arlington. Other Hellfighters would also meet tragic ends, including James Reese Europe, stabbed in the neck by a bandmate, and another Hellfighter private, Leroy Johnston, would survive the war and the long journey home, only to be lynched in Arkansas during the Elaine Massacre of 1919. But their legacy lived on. The Harlem Hellfighters paved the way for later African Americans in the U.S. Army, from the Tuskegee Airmen to Benjamin O. Davis, who was commanding the 369th Hellfighters in 1940 when he became America's first black brigadier general. In 2015, President Obama posthumously awarded Johnson the Medal of Honor. Prior, President Bill Clinton awarded Johnson his long overdue Purple Heart in 1996. But these modern honors hardly compensate for the treatment these brave men received after serving honorably. As we rekindle conversations about how America can live up to its promises, we must never forget the sacrifices of men like those in the Harlem Hellfighters, and remember that all who answer the call to serve their country deserve a hero's welcome when they finally come home. Until next time, everyone. Did you all know that Ahmed Ziad Turk, Alicia Bramble, Casey Muscha, Dominic Valenciana, Gunnar Clovis, Kyle Murgatroyd, and O'Reels One were all legendary patrons? Thanks, everyone. The Drexel Building, Tulsa, Oklahoma, May 30th, 1921. In the third floor lobby stands 19-year-old Dick Rowland, an orphan living with an adopted family who works at the white-owned parlor down the street. He comes here to the Drexel Building to use the restroom. Tulsa is a segregated city, and he has walked down the street to the Drexel and has taken an elevator 3 floors to reach the closest colored restroom. The door opens, and on the other side stands Sarah Page, the elevator's 17-year-old operator. He must know that being alone in any capacity with a white girl is dangerous for a young black man, but he has to get back to work. Rowland steps into the elevator. Not knowing what happens next will provoke a white mob to kill over 100 people and burn his entire town to the ground. The YouTube revenue of this video will be donated to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. To help us explain this horrible episode in America's history, we've asked triple African American Literary Award winner Stephen Van Patten to write this episode. Thanks so much, Stephen. 57 years after the United States abolished slavery, the Greenwood district of Tulsa, Oklahoma, was a surprisingly prosperous slice of Americana. Greenwood's population was comprised of blacks who had migrated there from the South, seeking improved conditions, but found that better life elusive. Originally, they tried to settle in Langston, Oklahoma, but were run off by racist whites before landing in Tulsa. Despite the city's strict Jim Crow-style segregation laws, Greenwood's mostly black residents played an integral part in building up their neighborhood. In fact, being isolated from their hostile white neighbors may have actually helped them build Greenwood into a prosperous district that civil rights activist and author Booker T. Washington nicknamed Black Wall Street. The state of Oklahoma, and Tulsa in particular, had done well financially, largely due to a bustling oil industry that had caused a population boom around the turn of the century and made many fortunes. That success allowed white Tulsans to hire black people from nearby Greenwood as domestics. In turn, the Greenwood blacks saved their money, invested in their communities, and started their own businesses. And with those businesses came an opulence unheard of. It's said that on Sundays, the women wore satin and diamonds, and the men wore silk and gold chains. Historian James S. Hirsch reported, teachers lived in brick houses, furnished with Louis XIV dining room sets, fine china, and Steinway pianos. It was a monument to black excellence. Dr. A.C. Jackson, considered the most skilled black surgeon in America, lived in Greenwood. There was not one, but 2 movie theaters. And there was J.B. Stratford's 54-room hotel, the largest in America owned by a black man. All the more remarkable considering Stratford had been born into slavery. This was in stark contrast to other parts of the country, where American blacks were often forced to live in harsher conditions, especially in the Midwest and South, where the sharecropping system remained in place. There, they labored tirelessly on another person's land, surrendering the majority of their crops to the landlord. As a result, they were trapped in debt to white landowners, some of whom former slave owners. When blacks tried to improve their situation, white neighbors often responded with violence, whether individual or communal, and black men who showed ambition were often targets of lynchings. But in early 1921, life was anything but bleak in Greenwood. The town had become a place of hope and opportunity. For a time, things were so good that others began to migrate there, including black veterans from World War I who were eager to start new lives in the country they had helped defend. That nickname, Black Wall Street, coupled with the success of Greenwood's black inhabitants, would feed a growing resentment among whites in the neighboring towns. By some accounts, the black residents of Greenwood had become relaxed and stopped caring about Jim Crow laws or any other trappings of white supremacy because, well, why should they? Not only were they not doing anything wrong, they had earned everything they had through hard work and smart practical investments. But that resentment was simmering when Dick Rowland stepped into the elevator in the Drexel building. Now this part gets hazy, because there are only 2 people who can tell us what really happened in that elevator. All we have are rumors. Later observers pointed out that the elevator was faulty and never stopped level on the 3rd floor. They claim that Rowland must have tripped and grabbed Page to prevent a fall. Some say he stepped on her toe. Another theory even suggests that the 2 knew each other and something more personal was in play, though that was never proven. But what we do know is that whatever happened, Miss Page screamed, a building employee called the police, and Rowland was seen running out of the Drexel. Police pursued Rowland for assault. A local paper printed a story about the incident, saying that Page's dress was ripped, which was a common euphemism newspapers used to imply sexual assault. Details of the alleged crime swelled as the story traveled from person to person until it was so exaggerated that people said Rowland had raped Page in the elevator, and he was arrested the next day. Vigilante justice was nothing new to Oklahomans, and after Rowland's arrest, a mob of armed, angry white men appeared at the courthouse with the intent to lynch him. Then, black men from Greenwood arrived to protect young Roland. 24 at first, but finally around 75, some of whom were trained World War I combat vets. And hotel owner J.B. Stratford tried to act as a peacemaker as racial slurs and threats filled the air. Then a gunshot. Return fire. A running gun battle ensued as the black men retreated back home to Greenwood. What followed was a siege. The men who had sought to protect Roland took positions and readied themselves, but they'd soon be overwhelmed. Tulsa's white vigilantes were better armed, had them outnumbered, and now had official support from the police. Angry white men from neighboring towns quickly answered the call to arms, many of them hastily deputized by local authorities before indulging in the chaos. During the attack, the whites deployed a machine gun on a hill and fired into a church, killing the people sheltering inside. Cars filled with rioters drove through Greenwood, firing from every window. White vigilantes dragged black men out of their homes to shoot them in the street, or tie them to the back cars and drag them through town. Mobs smashed windows and kicked in doors to loot personal items like jewelry, furs, and other valuables, and as many as 6 airplanes flew, raining dynamite and accelerant on the entire area, destroying homes and workplaces, from attorneys' offices and beauty salons to hardware stores and funeral homes. This went on until the next afternoon, when the Oklahoma National Guard arrived and declared martial law. It was too late. 10,000 black people were left homeless. The official death toll was 39, but later historians would put it between 75 and 50. Among the dead was Surgeon A.C. Jackson. J.B. Stratford, by contrast, survived, though his proud hotel was nothing more than rubble. And it wasn't alone. 35 blocks had been destroyed, with over $2 million in damage and property loss, roughly $33 million in today's currency, because local police told the National Guard that there had been a Negro uprising. 6,000 Greenwood residents were arrested and detained for a week. Upon release, many joined the rest of the homeless living in Red Cross tents. With nowhere left to go, many stayed and suffered through a brutal winter under the canvas. Greenwood had been rendered unlivable, and Tate Brady, a Klansman in the local government, thwarted any plans to rebuild. Efforts were made to relocate the disenfranchised even further away, but the displaced of Greenwood dug their heels in and took the case to the Oklahoma Supreme Court. They won, but Greenwood would never be the same. And today, much of whatever was left of Black Wall Street has been paved over as part of Interstate 244. J.B. Stratford and 20 others were wrongly accused of instigating the riots. But other than that, there were surprisingly few charges brought up on anyone. Stratford jumped bail and later became a successful lawyer in Chicago, and the Tulsa police chief was relieved of duty. But neither he nor the rioters saw a day of jail time. Yet perhaps the most startling part of the story is what happened to Dick Rowland. Sarah Page left town after the massacre, leaving written instructions not to press charges. And upon release, Rowland left Tulsa and never came back. Both disappeared from the pages of history. We don't know where they went or what became of them. They were gone, like Greenwood. On a personal note, I find it incredibly distressing that this incident and others like it were not more widely taught in U.S. schools. It's hard to imagine how we're supposed to progress as a society if we can't own up to our transgressions and recognize wounds that need healing. Because while this is a terrible story, it's also a necessary story. One that we cannot afford to forget. Legendary thanks to Ahmed Ziad Turk, Alicia Bramble, Casey Mustia, Dominic Valenciana, Gunnar Clovis, Kyle Murgatroyd, and O'Reels One for helping to make this show possible.
This video was made possible by NordVPN. Click the link below to stay safe online and get a huge discount off a 2-year plan with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Trouble sleeping? Need someone to snuggle? Then why not snuggle? Me! The limited edition Oversimplified plushie is available for pre-order for a few days only. Get it quick along with some beautiful new character pins. Look at us, boys. We've only gone and bloody done it. We beat the Brits and secured independence. Now to expand westward and conquer the rest of the continent. Thomas? It looks like a bunch of different people already live out west. What? Oh no, that means we can't expand. I hate my life. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't say they were white people. At the end of the Revolutionary War, the States secured its independence from Great Britain. The two sides met in Paris to settle the terms. Among various things, they discussed American territorial gains, and the British granted them a generous amount of land out west. However, Benjamin Franklin appeared to have an additional fascination. Oh, Canada. So voluptuous. You think we can maybe acquire some of that? Quit ogling our territory. But look at those curves. I'd worry less about Canada's curves and more about your own curves, Benjamin. Many in America suggested that one day the Canadian colonies should become a part of the United States. In response, Britain suggested that many in America should shut the hell up. Well, if Britain wasn't going to give up Canada, then the two sides had to agree on where to put their border. Easy enough for the most part. Follow some existing borders, add in a few rivers and lakes, maybe even a parallel for good measure. But there was a question. What would happen here? Straight line, straight line. And so it was. The border would go from the northwest shaped lake and continue in a straight line westward until the Mississippi River. Perfect. Or was it? Well, as it turned out, the lake didn't actually look like this, but like this. And the Mississippi wasn't here, but here. So in the end, none of that made even the slightest bit of sense. Don't blame the founding fathers. They were just using the best map available. Blame the guy who made it. But to the minds of the day, the issue had been solved, and it was finally time to start getting along. Oh, back to war they go. The Glorious War of 1812 saw the Americans try to invade Canada, and the British burn down the White House. But when all was said and done, it was pretty much a draw. And once again, America and Britain had to enter into peace negotiations. By now, both sides realized the original border they came up with was a piece of hot garbage. And since America had also recently obtained a huge amount of land from Napoleon, they decided they would need to re-examine the border issue. Straight line, straight line. And so it was. To fix the problems of the previous border agreement, they decided to go from the northwesternmost point of this lake, as had been previously agreed, down to the 49th parallel, and from there the line would go straight and narrow up until the Rocky Mountains. But beyond the Rockies, the two sides couldn't quite agree on where it would go next, because both sides claimed the territory beyond the Rockies was theirs. See, throughout its early history, America as a nation had its eyes heavily fixated on all that juicy land out west, ripe for invasion. Settlementation. America wanted to expand. Not only was it their right, some believed it was a destiny given to them by God himself to multiply and spread across the continent, like rats or disease. Okay, guys, just before we take over everything, God definitely said this is what we're meant to do, right? Yeah, that's what he said. Isn't that what he said? And who was it who spoke to God? I thought it was Sharon's cat. I hear voices all the time. Well, it was one of us. There's no way we made this whole thing up to justify our ruthless collective imperialist tendencies. All right, well, in that case, let's get out there and make the world a better place, just as God intended. This belief in divinely destined expansion would later be given its very own name, Manifest Destiny. But America wasn't the only one interested in controlling the Western territories. At the time, Canada was made up of a number of colonies, collectively referred to as British North America. This one over here was owned by the Hudson's Bay Company, a British charter company dedicated to turning as many beavers as possible into as many felt hats as possible, as quickly as possible, and the indigenous people became a key supplier. As a result, the British were also eager to control the land out west and secure that region's valuable resources. In particular, the Great Columbia River was deemed vital to the beaver business. So when it came to the question of what would happen to the border beyond the Rockies, the conversation went a little like this. The line should keep going straight because we're manifestly destined to gain the entire North American continent. No, we need this river so we can keep scalping beavers. Look, why don't we just draw the border along the river? That way we both have access to it. Well, that would be a completely fair compromise that protects the interests of both parties. And there's no way I'm ever going to agree to it! Having come to a roadblock, both sides simply agreed that for now, they would jointly occupy the Northwestern Territory. They were both free to settle and trade there, but rest assured, the agreement was only temporary. Eventually somebody would get their way. Listen, Yank, we can jointly occupy this land, but I ain't sharing anything else. I don't want to see you using my toothbrush. I don't want to catch you wearing my underwear. And I don't want to catch you using my computer, selling my data to advertisers. Well, then you, my friend, should use NordVPN. What the fuck? Do you like giving strangers your passwords to your most important online accounts? Me neither. And that's why I use NordVPN. NordVPN has thousands of secure servers in over 60 countries, allowing you to safely surf the net at the fastest speed possible. It works across all your devices, so you're protected on the go, even 6 of them simultaneously. And it's super easy to use. With just a click of a button, you can head on over to South Korea and watch every single BTS video known to mankind. With NordVPN, you no longer need to worry about those shady websites, annoying pop-ups, or tired eyes spying on your browsing history. And you can even unlock content that's been blocked with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So why not go to nordvpn.com/oversimplified to get a 2-year plan with a huge discount, plus an additional month for free. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now where were we? Oh yeah. Bicker boundaries, manifesting destiny, and a joint occupation of Oregon. And one man living here who felt the territory should be British was James Douglas, the Hudson's Bay Company's no-nonsense chief factor at Fort Vancouver. Ah, what a beautiful, unspoiled corner of the British Empire. I've got my spotted dick, my Spice Girls fan club membership, and an unrelenting negative outlook on life that affects everyone around me. What are you looking at, Stephen? Yes, truly British. What the? The problem for men like Douglas was that many Americans had already begun streaming up the Oregon Trail. Gunslinging, howdy neighboring, and diarrhea having. By the thousands, they were pouring into the Oregon Territory in search of land to settle and farm. This, however, crowded out the fur trade, and eventually, a very bitter Douglas and the other Hudson's Bay traders at Fort Vancouver were ordered to relocate north to a new base of operations. But the Americans keep coming and they don't stop coming. Hopped in their wagons and they hit the ground running. Didn't make sense to keep sharing Oregon when they outnumbered the Brits more than 6-1. And suddenly, the whole joint occupation deal was being called into question. Newly elected President Polk maintained that America had an obvious claim to the entire region, even implying a possible war with Britain. Fiery language from U.S. senators declared that American rifles would annihilate the Hudson's Bay Company in Oregon, and America even gave Britain notice that it was pulling out of the joint occupation agreement. The British were alarmed as the two sides stood on the brink of war. But in the end, neither truly wanted to fight. The British favored maintaining good economic relations, while the Americans had already gotten themselves into a war with Mexico. So after a bit of back and forth, the British finally said, "Fine, you wanted a straight line? There's your straight line." And so, the agreement was made. The border would continue directly to the Strait of Georgia. Because the British insisted they keep Vancouver Island, it would then move south through the center of the channel and on to the Pacific Ocean. Finally, the issue of the northwest border had been solved. Hold the phone. Discrepancy detected. Enhance frame, 200%. Enhance. Enhance. Oh, too far. Perfect. Now, show me the exact wording of the treaty. The line of boundary goes to the middle of the channel, and thence southerly through the middle of said channel? But there's loads of channels. You tell me, dear viewer, which channel is the treaty referring to? And therefore, who owns these islands? Is the wording of the treaty maybe a little too vague? Well, that's exactly the problem encountered by the people living in the area. The British insisted that the channel intended by the treaty was the Rosario Strait, and therefore the islands were British. The Americans, on the other hand, argued that the intended channel was the Harrow Strait, and therefore the islands were American. At times, the debate became rather heated. Individuals who negotiated and signed the treaty at times didn't seem entirely sure which channel the treaty meant, and representatives from the Hudson's Bay Company begged them to make it clearer. But thousands of miles away, the people in power simply had more to worry about than some tiny islands in the middle of nowhere. All right, listen up. We got a lot to get through. The 7th Earl of Chisingham says he encountered a foul beast in the fields of Upper Fartingdom late last night and put this sketch together? That's a poor person, Darren. Ugh. Next, Lord Piddlingham says he has a new mole on his backside? How is that parliamentary business, George? Oh. Some islands in the Pacific Northwest are in dispute and could lead to a war with America? Boring! Fine, let's take a look at that mole, George. And so, for now, the islands were simply held in dispute. Were they British or were they American? Well, I'm sure this conflict won't cause anyone to die. And one man who thought the islands were undeniably British was James Douglas, now the governor of Vancouver Island. He had already once had American settlers encroach on his territory and force him to move. And by golly, he wasn't going to let it happen again. As far as he was concerned, those islands were not only British, but prime agricultural land. And given the chance, those glubby Yanks wouldn't hesitate to start pitching flags with their glubby little hands. And so, he came up with a plan. If the British settled the islands first, then that would surely be for Britain. And so in 1853, Douglas sent an Irishman by the name of Charles Griffin, along with some Hawaiian shepherds, to go set up a sheep farm on San Juan Island. And set up a sheep farm they did. The place was rammed with sheep, 1,369 to be exact. But within those flocks of woolly cowards could also be found a number of beautiful, prized Berkshire pigs. Oh, Porky, you look stunning. You're the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Would you perhaps like to go to the island ball together tonight? Oink once for no. Roll around in that cow crap if yes.
Yes! I'm covered in poo and I'm the luckiest man alive!
But life on the island for Charles Griffin wasn't to be a perfect paradise of pig pageants, because unfortunately for him, the Americans also believed the island was theirs. One day, in 1854, an American customs collector was sailing around the islands on the outlook for bands of native tribesmen when he spotted something. Aha! I've got you now, you savages. Over yonder. Those are sheep, sir. Sheep, you say? What are they doing here? Let's go and negotiate with them. Negotiate with sheep? Are you crazy?
I'm perfectly stable, you rat bag! Call me crazy again and I'll eat your eyes!
Hello, good sir. We request to speak with your leader. Out of my way. Allow me to parley with this foul beast.